Trinity City Moderate Income Housing Plan. But I do want to recognize first we do have a full quorum, and then also just ask any of the Planning Commission if we have any conflicts of interest on this item, which I don't think. Okay, and then we'll move right into the item. I'm going to turn to the city staff, but I think they're just going to turn to the consultant.
Yes.
Yeah, and the city's the applicant on this one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is an element of the general plan that we're working on, but we need to advance it in order to meet a state deadline. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Michael.
Great, thank you. So what we want to talk about today is the moderate income housing plan that you'll be deciding to move forward to the City Council. Everybody has probably been aware of the new requirements that came out of the last legislative session. SB 34 requires just some updates to the way cities are addressing moderate income housing as part of their general plan. And one of those requirements is to show how the strategies are meeting a menu of items that are part of SB 34. And so what we've done with the moderate income housing, we've updated the data and the findings, and so we have an updated understanding of affordable housing units as a percentage of total units in Harriman, understanding the demographics of the county and how that translates into providing your fair share of affordable housing and whether or not there's a reasonable opportunity for somebody of moderate income to live in Harriman. So just to quickly review a summary of the 2013 moderate income housing chapter, which was the last time that Harriman has updated that chapter as part of the general plan. Life cycle housing and affordability were priority concerns back then, and with the predominance of single-family homes, there weren't that many different options for different income levels and demographics. And the construction of the two apartment complexes back then did help bring the number of units that were affordable back in 2013 to 25% of all units. The total number of units was just over 1,800. There was 1,830 affordable units. This was back in 2013, so the data was probably 2012 or 2013. The city has updated that throughout the process, but back then you had just over 7,000 total units. Most of those were single-family residences or condos. The two apartments back then were just under 800 units, and there was also just some duplexes, modular, and manufactured homes that rounded out all of the housing units. So looking back at what the strategies were in that 2025 plan, the housing element had some goals and recommendations that were targeted towards affordability in Harriman in regard to housing. And so it was looking at designating specific multifamily areas in the land use plan, streamlining development to encourage that multifamily, allowing sort of that mix of different types of dwellings to buffer single-family neighborhoods from commercial in the downtown area, thinking about the Salt Lake Community College campus, future campus, and having higher density near there, starting to think about accessory dwelling units, and then also starting to think about and encourage planned unit development neighborhoods that had that balance of trading off some smaller lot sizes for some increase in the amount of shared open spaces. So those were the strategies and goals and recommendations from that earlier plan. The main takeaways were that without monitoring the growth, that there could be future imbalances of affordability and life cycle housing in Harriman. So it was something that the city took seriously back then and wanted to show planning for the future that they felt like the town center would help to serve 20 to 30-year-olds, so some of those younger populations where affordability is sometimes an issue, and that also that mix of housing that was in the pipeline, the condos, the townhomes, and the assisted living development would help to serve the seniors and those over 65. A point that was made then, and is a point that we've made now, is that there is room for encouraging some higher end homes in the luxury home market, and what that does is frees up some of the lower priced homes for those lower incomes. So right now there's sort of a mismatch in the housing, that there's people that have a little bit more disposable income that right now have a pretty great deal on their rent or their mortgage. If there was the opportunity to include higher end housing in Harriman, just providing some opportunity for some of that shifting and filtering up, which might free up some of the units that are considered affordable but might not be available right now to those lower and moderate incomes. So looking at today, some new stats. I know there's been a lot of multifamily and some medium density, some single family types that are on smaller lots. So there's been a lot of units that have grown. You're up to just over, just under 12,000 units. And this is the Salt Lake County Assessor's data. I know that Brian and Michael in the planning department tracks really closely the amount of building permits that are coming in. So there is a higher number that the city has on hand, but we use Salt Lake County data because they also have the property type and the assessed value. And that's the data that we need to evaluate moderate income housing. So that's why there's some difference in those total number of units. Right now, based on the county's categorization, they still say that 84% of your units are single family. I know Bryn and Michael's data is probably, I think, more like 75-25 or around there, or it might even be closer to 70-30. And again, that's also just the way the county categorizes single family. So they include townhomes, they include PUD dwellings. So some of those things that the city might classify as a multifamily unit is being classified as single family by the county. So with the addition of 2 more apartments and that assisted living, there's a total of 1,387 multifamily units that are in apartments. Condos are 472. I think those have stayed the same. But the total number of affordable units is just a little bit more because of that shift from single-family residences that might have been considered affordable back in 2013. Prices have skyrocketed over the last 5 years, and some of those aren't affordable. So what do we know now about affordable housing? We know that the household size for the county is much lower than Harriman. It's just over 3, but that's what they use to evaluate area median income, and that translates into $57,600 for 80% of the area median income. That's the state's definition of a moderate income household. The monthly allowance for those at 80% of AMI is $1,440. And so that's how much that 30% of their income can go towards housing costs. That includes rent as well as utilities. And so the mortgage or the rent is probably about $250 less than that, so about $1,150. When you look at 50% of AMI, which is considered low income, or 30% for very low income, you can see how those monthly housing allowances decrease down to $900 and then $540. So the conclusion about what we know about Harriman, what we know about the county and area median income is that there still is currently a reasonable opportunity to live in Harriman if you are of moderate income. The total number of units is just over 2,006. So even though you've added all these different types of units, some higher density single family and more apartments, more townhomes, the increase in the total number of affordable units has just gone up about 170, and that's because of that shift in the housing market and the price of single-family homes. So right now, the percentage, it's down a little bit. Before, it was 25% of all units, so you're just under 17%. But an important thing to note is that of those apartments, only 68% of them are considered affordable by those monthly housing allowances. So just because it's multifamily or an apartment does not mean it's automatically affordable. And that's just an important consideration to keep in mind moving forward. So right now it's considered a surplus of 182 units for that moderate income household. So you've got a little surplus moving forward. But it's still very challenging for lower income households to live in Harriman. And so that's those that are making 50% AMI or less. There's 773 households at that level, but only 10 housing units are actually available, and that's that difference of being available as well as affordable. So there might be more that are affordable at their price, but they're not available because there's another household that's living there that makes a higher income. So we have a shortage for those 30% to 50% AMI households in Harriman moving forward. So looking forward for the next 5 years, and this is part of the requirement for the state, is that you plan for moderate income housing for the next 5 years. Looking forward for your single-family homes, right now only about 9% of them would be considered affordable in an affordable price range over that next 5 years. Based on the growth projections, there's going to be a need for an additional 625 units. And we know that Harriman is still growing and that there's approved development agreements. Those builders are still building, and there's going to be another almost 5,000 single-family units coming on board and just under 2,500 multifamily units. And so these are vested development rights in those master development agreements in place. Likely, a good portion of those, or some of those, will be built in the next 5 years. So it's anticipated that those units are going to help address those needed affordable units, those 625 units you'll need over the next 5 years. So we feel like everything is still, in good shape, but it is definitely, something to monitor when you think about interest rates and purchasing an affordable home. How those interest rates shift, really changes the price point and what's available at your income. So what we've done to update the plan from the 2025 plan is just to make some minor updates in language and sort of organization to show very clear and direct compliance with the SB 34 requirements. So we've shifted to just one clearly stated goal and 5 objectives. These are the things that show what Harriman wants to achieve, and we're also just pulling out all of the facts and data and goals that deal specifically with moderate income housing. As we do the general plan and have an updated general plan, there will be another chapter that talks more broadly about housing in neighborhoods. So we've got 7 strategies for making it happen, achieving those goals and objectives. The overall goal is really, again, just sort of a slight modification of the language from the 2025 plan. Just ensure Harriman maintains reasonable affordability, provides housing choices through times of rapid population growth and varying development trends. The 5 objectives, we want to ensure that affordable housing grows proportionally with the standard residential development, as to making sure that balance is continued moving forward. Continuing to guide development of assisted living and congregate care, making sure that affordable housing is there for residents through all stages of life. Provide for affordability and life cycle housing concerns through the development of housing options, including multifamily that maintains the desired character of Harriman. And supporting affordable housing options that address the needs of the lower and moderate income households, and also offers options for a range of demographics and lifestyles. The 4th objective is to disperse the multifamily throughout the city so that there's not a concentration of multifamily dwellings just in one neighborhood or one development area. We want to provide desirable, affordable options that integrate well into the surrounding neighborhood context. And then the last objective is to provide an opportunity for affordable home ownership by offering a range of housing types, including attached dwellings for purchase. And also, as we get into the strategies, we want to circle that discussion back around to accessory dwelling units, which is also another approach that can make single-family or attached dwelling ownership more affordable by offsetting the strategy. So SB 34, it's got, I think there's 22 different menu items, and essentially the state is asking each city of a certain population and larger to choose 3 strategies that it's identified in its moderate income housing plan. If you are a city that's on a fixed transit guideway, you have to choose 4. Harriman right now, even though we have the corridor preserved for future tracks, because that corridor is not in place, you just have to choose 3. Going through the 2025 plan and the work that's already been done to date, we've actually identified 6 different strategies that we feel like Harriman has addressed in the past and are including those strategies in this version of the moderate income housing. Another larger component as we look through the rest of the general plan is just showing how land use and transportation are linked to moderate income housing. And so that's something that you'll see that theme integrated through the rest of the general plan once we get to adopting that draft. So what are the proposed strategies? There's 7 of them, and what we've done in the document is just shown after each strategy If it's meeting one of those menu items, we're just calling it out specifically. So it's just very clear which strategies are meeting which of those menu items. So just strategy 1 is carefully monitoring affordability in proportion to overall development to ensure that those needs are anticipated. As you know, your community development office is doing a great job of tracking the housing, the types of development, where it's going. We feel like that's something that the city will continue to do pretty easily. The second strategy, this is one, again, that was from the earlier plan, is just to allow for multifamily or townhome mixed development to continue to be buffers between commercial and single-family areas, as well as being located in Harriman's Town Center, which is considered the city's downtown. Strategy 3, consider those accessory dwelling units in appropriate areas and allowing for ADUs, including detached units, to be integrated into residential neighborhoods. I think that's an item for discussion about where it's allowed right now, which is in the ag zone, and other residential zones where that might be a consideration and how that could impact affordability, both by providing an affordable accessory dwelling unit to somebody that might need to rent that, but making a single-family home more affordable by having a renter on property that's helping you offset your mortgage. So somebody can get into a house that they know that there's going to be an ADU that is helping to pay the mortgage and that they're not footing the cost alone. The fourth strategy, looking at supporting higher density or moderate income residential in the mixed-use town center, as well as near the future SLIC campus and adjacent to commercial and employment centers, by just ensuring that the zoning designations allow those options. So what is going on around those key activity areas in Harriman? Strategy 5 is to continue encouraging some PUD neighborhoods. Again, with the smaller lot sizes, that is then a trade-off for having more shared open space, but integrating sort of a variation of smaller lot sizes into developments so that there's a mix of housing into the same neighborhood. I think the Harriman Village is probably a good example of different types of dwellings. You've got the single and then the attached, but they're all blended into that one small neighborhood just west of the town center. The sixth strategy, requiring the highest standards of design, function, and appearance for all multifamily development, making them compatible and harmonious with surrounding adjoining buildings. So this is one, that was a previous strategy. We kept it in there. It doesn't directly meet one of those strategies in SB 34, but as we've shown that there's several others that do, so we just wanted to continue that forward in this version of the plan. The last strategy was just looking at designating areas in your future land use and development framework where multifamily development's permitted to take advantage of existing and planned infrastructure. So thinking about where those major roads are going to be, where transit infrastructure is going to happen in the future, and then supporting that range of housing types that appeal to different demographics and populations in those transit corridors and infrastructure investment corridors. So that's the summary of the plan. We wanted to bring it back for questions and discussion to see if there's any concerns with what is in the draft plan, if there's any items that we want to continue forward, if not with this version, knowing that there's opportunity to update this as we are working to update the rest of the general plan.
I guess we'll turn to the Planning Commission if there's any questions, and we will open public hearing after that. A little different.
I just have one. So what's Harriman's household size? We know what that number is.
3.9. 3.9, yeah.
And then you also mentioned earlier in the presentation that it looks like there is a need for higher-end housing to free up some of the lower. Can you tell us what kind of higher-end housing are we talking about? Single family to, maybe give me a little insight to that so I understand.
Yeah, I think it's probably single family. It could also be, really nice condos. It kind of depends, and I think that's, something that Harriman can decide what type of higher-end housing would fit well in the city and where. But it could be, it could be a range of housing types, but really, anything that's going to appeal to those that have a little bit more disposable income. And so kind of understanding what's out there in the market and what would fit well in the location of Harriman. and kind of that trade-off. Is it, is it the size of the house? Is it the location? Is it the size of the yard? And depending on the demographic, it could be, different things for different people. It could be a high-end condo that's right in the town center that, takes advantage of the activities. It could be something that's up on the foothills and has great access to open space and views. So,
And so based off your chart, what category would that we're trying to free up, or I guess provide more inventory? Because I know you had the lower income, and it was like 30% and then 50%. And so which one are we trying to provide more of? And obviously you're saying different housing types, but which category are we trying to provide more for when you talk about that higher end?
It would be, it's hard to say specifically, but it would basically just be, shifting things up. And so, it depends on how comfortable people are, relocating. So it's not something to exactly predict, but the idea would be, looking at which homes would be in an affordable range and which ones that might be affordable but aren't available, and seeing where that falls. I think it's still going to be challenging based on single-family house prices to provide affordable single-family home ownership on a detached dwelling for 50% AMI and below. You'll probably get some in that 80%, but the 50% lower income is going to be a little bit challenging still.
And I think the last planning commission meeting, maybe you guys can help out, Brent, everyone else. I think with the slides we showed, we had about 40% that fell in the single family, 60% currently, and 40% that were multifamily. Granted, we were counting townhomes
Right.
in that category. And those that are being planned to be built, it shifts to where we're looking at 60% that fall in the townhome multifamily and 40% that are falling in the single family. And so, was that correct on that spreadsheet? It was on the slide. And I'm trying to remember the numbers that you showed up there. Because it was those proposed
You're
to be
talking
built.
about what's in the approved.
That are not built, but that are proposed to
Yeah.
be built.
So I think the numbers that we had showed things that are invested but not yet built, that there's 4,937 single-family units that are vested but not yet built, and 2,434 multifamily units. So
Okay. And you're counting the townhomes in the 49. And I think that was our difference.
I think these are actually the city's numbers, and so if I'm correct, Bryn, these would be, the townhomes would be in the multifamily? Yeah.
Okay. And I'm trying to remember those.
Because you've
numbers.
got
Yeah.
the one, Adeline, whatever. I mean, that's a
Teton.
single family, that's
Yeah.
all detached. I mean, there's a lot of
Okay.
homes in that,
Yeah.
single family in that.
I was just trying to remember the numbers from our last
Yeah,
slideshow
we'll
we
turn them
had.
up here.
Susie, do you have a pulse on what,
Yeah.
because I know they said with SB 34, because I went to a couple of those hearings, they're not done at 3. I mean, that was kind of a.
That was the bare
we started
minimum,
3, and
yeah,
there's a lot of push even, I know Representative, like Senator Kitchen wanted more.
right,
He wanted 10 to start with, so there's kind of 3 was kind of a compromise.
yeah.
Do you have a pulse on
It's protected.
where this is gonna land? I mean, is 6 gonna get us by for a couple of years? That's what I'm kind of worried about. If we're meeting 6, are we,
Yeah,
is
I
this
think,
gonna last us a year? We're gonna have to readjust this in a year?
I think 6 is going to be good for a couple of years. I think there's still going to be time not only for cities to come into compliance, but for UDOT and the transportation infrastructure that's really an integral part of SB 34, talking about that broader picture of land use and transportation and moderate income housing and how they're all linked together, that it's going to take a little while for everybody to figure out what type of projects they want to support and how the state, with its funding, can help support cities and the strategies that they've outlined. Because, it's one thing to say, great, we're going to provide for, multifamily or higher density single family in these areas that are designated as, transit infrastructures. But if the transit isn't coming, then, it's hard to, show the cities what they're trying to accomplish without that funding for upgrading the infrastructure. But I do feel like, you know, if you've got 6, you're in good shape. If you just had 3, you would definitely be looking at it again in a year. If you
We
had,
have to do it every 2 years.
you have to do it every, actually, you have to do it every year now. So in 2020, you know, by December 1st, 2020, you'll need to show, you know, what you've been doing and how the strategies that you've outlined, you know, how that's changed the number of affordable units. Like, are you progressing? Are they doing the job? You know, are you adding more affordable units as you go on? Or, you know, because of what's happening in the region, you know, do you need to step back and take another look? And that's why we feel like having 6 and kind of a diverse range of strategies is going to keep Harriman in pretty good shape as long as the city, you know, continues to support sort of that diverse approach instead of just saying, you know, we're just going to do this, this, and this. It's like you're really coming at it from a pretty holistic perspective.
All right. Thank you. Any other?
Yes, so on objective 5, you put on there including attached dwellings. Can you clarify that?
So that's the affordable home ownership, just understanding that attached single family that has ownership is still an opportunity for home ownership. A lot of times when people think about home ownership, they only think about single family. And we just want to clarify that that could be the attached townhome or duplex or PUD. It could be the condo that's owned, and just making sure that those are, you know, considered in the bigger picture of home ownership.
Thank you. And then I have another question. On objective 4, it says disperse multifamily developments throughout the city so that there's no concentration of multifamily dwellings in one neighborhood or development area. So would you say that we'd be able to go put a bunch of multifamily homes up at the top of the cove?
Yeah, so I think, yeah, so that's one that we could probably clarify that to circle it back to that transportation infrastructure. So, you know, not having just like one concentration, but dispersing multifamily, you know, through the city, you know, where the transportation infrastructure is in place. So I think that's a great comment.
I just have a question on strategy 3, where it talks about allow for accessory dwelling units. Do we have really a lot of ordinances or anything like clarified about what that could be, and also like the type of structures and amenities they need inside of those types of dwellings?
We have a pretty simple regulation currently. Essentially, it has to be internal or interior to the home to be attached, but it has to be part of the home. It can only be in our agricultural zones, and the accessory apartment has to be a minor portion of the home. It has to be essentially less than
Square footage.
Yeah, right. It does need to be a complete unit, and it requires a conditional use approval by the planning commission. So the regulations are pretty straightforward, they're pretty simple. And Brenda and I were discussing this the other day. We are getting a lot of interest in accessory dwelling units. I think more and more people are becoming aware of them and some of the advantages that they provide as homeowners.
So we don't have anything where we could make a detached accessory.
Currently, that's why there's a strategy that's saying that we should look at that. Like, do we want to consider detached accessory dwelling units? Maybe we don't, but it's something that we could explore, which would give homeowners more options. Would we want to introduce accessory apartments in single-family, you know, residential neighborhoods outside of the agricultural zones? I don't know, but that would be something we could explore.
Anything else from the planning commission?
Okay, there was one more thing that I had a question on. On strategy 6, we put on there, it says require the highest standards of design. And I was kind of questioning, how can we have the highest standards of design and make it affordable?
Yeah, great point. Mike and I were talking about that the other day, and I think that that's something that, it's probably true not only for multifamily, but also single family. And so, if you're requiring these higher design standards, then you're adding additional cost onto the developers, and that cost is then passed on to either the renters or the owners. And so that is something that is probably a discussion to have. And
Yeah, one of the things that we should be more cognizant of is that higher standards of design doesn't necessarily have to mean materials. It could be just that it's a better, more cohesive, well thought out product rather than, some of the kind of the standard plans that we just kind of see replicated in the marketplace. But again, this was a continuation of our existing policy. I did alert Susie to some of the conversations we've been having with the Planning Commission about what can we do to make single-family housing more affordable and actually encourage more of that versus multifamily or townhome type development. So maybe that's a strategy that doesn't work for us anymore, but it's there for conversation.
Kind of to your point, I think it may not be materials, but it may be if it's a colonial home, these are the elements that we'd want to see within that structure type.
Right, just maybe having a more,
Defined.
yeah.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will open it up for public hearing, and I usually read it, but it's 2 minutes for a single individual, and I think 5 minutes for a group if you're representing a group. I don't think we'll have anyone speak, but we'll see. And you can go right up to the podium if you have anything to say. At this time, we'll close the public hearing. And we will look to the Planning Commission to make a motion. I do want to make one note. Andrew came in a little bit later and he typically sits, but because he came in later, we will go with Joy and Heather's alternates just because they've been here the whole time when we moved. So, sorry. I don't know. And so we'll look at the Planning Commission to make a motion on this item.
So again, this is a recommendation to the city council.
Thanks. I'll make a motion to recommend approval of the Harriman Moderate Income Housing Plan.
I'll second.
Motion by Brody and second, was that you, Lauren?
Lauren.
Second by Lauren, we'll call for a vote. Adam?
Yes.
Jackson?
Yes.
Lauren?
Yes.
Heather?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
And Joy.
Yes.
And that has been, we'll move on to the city council. And at this time, we'll look for a motion from the Planning Commission to adjourn this portion of the meeting.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that will end this portion of the meeting, and we'll go right into the joint work meeting for Wednesday, October 30th, 2019. And we'll start with the first item, which is approval of minutes for July 31st, 2019 joint PC City Council work meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Clint and a second by the mayor. And then we call for a vote, or all in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
And then we'll move on to item 2.2, which is an update on the general plan. And we'll turn to city staff, but I think they'll have Susie come back up on that item as well.
You guys want to do intro?
do you have anything that you want to?
Nope. Okay.
Okay, so Susie Catherine with FFPR. I also have Ben Becker with Science Public Finance, and we're going to give you an update on the general plan. We're going to start off really with an update, some facts and information that Ben is going to present about what do we know? And this is really looking at some regional context and impacts in regard to housing and transportation, amenities, retail sales, and jobs and access to opportunity. So what we're going to be looking at is just the Southwest region. As you are probably aware, there's a Southwest Valley visioning effort going on. And so we're trying to keep track of what they're finding and what they're doing and integrate it into the general plan process as well. So Ben is going to give you some stats on median household size, population growth, affordability, home ownership, percent of income spent on housing and transportation, taxable sales per capita, and jobs and access to employment.
Thanks, Susie. It's good to be here. We'll fly through these just to get a better understanding of how Harriman fits in the area regionally and some major considerations just for future development. As you can see this map, household size, obviously larger households as you shift to the south and southwest. If you look along the East Bench and the neighborhoods like Mill Creek and Cottonwood Heights, you're getting smaller home sizes. This obviously is consideration for developers as they're looking at what's the appropriate home size and the needs within these respective communities. Just the state's projected numbers, this is the Gardner Institute that projects population. Obviously, it's very subjective in terms of what ultimately ends up going forward. But if you look at the cities surrounding you, Harriman, between South Jordan, West Jordan, Riverton, Bluffdale, and that planned population, and then the cities that I felt like are very influential to you based on potential usage of roads and commercial uses between Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs, Lehigh, Sandy, Draper, you're looking at potential of 500,000 increase in population in the next 40 years. So as you're planning roads and planning developments and attempting to capture retail sales dollars, these are considerations to make. You can see where Harriman's average annual population growth rate compares to the rest of those surrounding cities. You're certainly much higher than Salt Lake County and higher than the Southwest Valley. This is what we call the affordability index. This is simply just the median household price as your numerator, and your denominator is your median household income. So the higher that number is, the less affordable a community is. It's suggesting if you have a $500,000 median household price and $100,000 median household income, that ratio would be 5.0. Obviously, the higher the number that gets, the less affordable. If you look at where Harriman sits in relation to West Jordan, South Jordan, Bluffdale, you're still more affordable than Salt Lake County, when that considers in a lot of the expensive East Bench communities. But that number has been increasing significantly. I think I've presented to this group before, but it's important to note how that number relates to other competitive markets. If you're looking at Phoenix or Denver, Las Vegas, Boise, their affordability index ratios are more in the 5 to 5.5. So you're still more competitive in those markets. It's always fun to talk about San Francisco, where I moved from. That's at 18. That's for people who don't know what they're doing. Percent of home ownership. Here you can see Harriman is 80% of homes are under the home ownership. Significantly less than, say, neighboring Riverton, but kind of in line there with Bluffdale, South Jordan, West Jordan. Percentage of single-family homes. You hear a lot from whether it's Harriman city council members or Harriman representatives that we really have done a lot of multifamily in recent years, and here's a little bit of evidence of that. You're looking at 71% of your homes being single-family compared to Riverton, South Jordan, West Jordan. Percent of income spent on housing and transportation. So 30% for the average household in Harriman spends their income on housing. Now, this is an important consideration because you're considered cost burdened by most lenders if you are over 30% of your income is spent on housing. Now, a lot of lenders are really looking at the combination of housing and transportation costs. And if that number approaches 50%, there becomes concern about the household's ability to afford a mortgage. You're still below that when you look at the combined costs. This is partially due because you have very high incomes. I'm not sure if we showed here on these sets of slides, but your income spent on transportation is significant compared to the county. You spend about $2,500 to $3,000 more a household on transportation than the county as an average. So why is that important? Well, if those costs instead are apportioned to housing, a person who has, say, saves $2,500 a year not spending on transportation can go from affording a $300,000 home to a $350,000 home. So while your residents say we can't afford to move up in the city, it's that those costs, that there are other ways to bridge that affordability gap. And it's whether it's putting housing closer to transportation links, putting employment closer to the city, not driving as far. I think on average, your city spends about $16,500 a year per household on transportation costs. That's a lot of leases on Lexuses, I think. But anyways, taxable sales per capita. This is where you're certainly showing that you're to this point a growing, more bedroom type community. Look at the county; they're at 25,000 taxable sales per capita. Harriman, notably below that, but you're not that far below some of the other cities that have had that significant growth. The Bluffdale one is shocking because there's a Maverick in Bluffdale and then maybe another Maverick that's planned. But they get sales from the Bullfrog Spas, which you've kindly taken as well. If you look at taxable sales per capita, and just some of the more key areas, motor vehicle parts and dealers, you're below that. Now these numbers, as things are changing in Harriman, obviously will be updated. These are the most recent numbers from state sales tax, which I think is end of year 2018. So they're fairly recent, but you'll see some changes in 2019 as Harriman is adding retail. General merchandise stores, $336. You see the county average. South Jordan does well in that category. Food services and drinking places. This would be your restaurants. And then if you look at food and beverage stores, your grocery stores, how you compare to the county. And then building materials, this is your Home Depot and Lowe's. Obviously, there's some potential there. What's that? These are happy numbers. These are good numbers. Sorry. Don't shoot the messenger. Jobs within 1 square mile. This is a interesting statistic. Just in this is why you're having the high transportation or the high household transportation costs. People obviously in Harriman are driving a good distance in order to access employment. Jobs accessible in a 30-minute transit ride divided by the population. So if I'm UDOT or UTA, this is a statistic that I say, wow, look at Bluffdale, Harriman, Riverton, South Jordan, West Jordan, and the 6 people that live in Copperton. They have no access to jobs via transportation options, right? And then you look at, say, Midvale, where you're within that 30-minute ride to downtown Salt Lake. This is an area, or this is a statistic that suggests that major transit infrastructure is necessary. Was also very much intrigued by a statistic, we don't have it on these slides, but that of the trips coming out of the Southwest Valley area, so that's Bluffdale, Harriman, Riverton, South Jordan, West Jordan, only 6% of those outbound trips are going to northern Utah County. So even with all the significant job growth in Lehi and potential commercial centers in American Fork and Lehi, only 6% of the outbound traffic is going to northern Utah. So it would be interesting to see how that changes over the years as continual jobs are added in northern Utah County. But I thought that was interesting. I think any questions on any of those data points?
On this one right here that we're looking at, what's it says 0.035, what does that exactly mean? I mean, obviously it's low, but 0.035 plus jobs per person?
Jobs.
Yep, so jobs per person in Harriman that are accessible in a 30-minute transit ride. And now Susie's going to lead us into, right?
I think Jackson.
I had a quick question.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of back and forth on how you're counting single family. Does townhome fall in single family or not with the data you had there? That was one of the earlier slides.
Yeah, good question. I'll have to look at the data. Sorry.
Okay.
But it's a good question.
Michael, this is off. Could we have, remind me your first name again, I know you've been here.
Ben, like Benjamin.
Could we, I don't know how to say this. Like, we need to solve affordability. Like, we truly need to, like, I don't think SB 34 goes all the way. I don't think, there's a truly need, I mean, we truly need to solve affordability out here. I think he's got some great data. I would love to start a good dialogue amongst us of how we really can.
Okay.
You know, I don't know how to do that. Maybe it's in a work meeting.
Yeah.
But really, how do we do it? It's not, I mean, I'm not, you know, before, you know, we talked about, I'm not against density. You know, I want it in the right place, but we just showed too that density's not, I mean, we've increased in density a ton, and yet we've gotten less and less affordable.
Yeah.
Less affordable as we've added density. So it's clearly not the only answer. Can it help? Yes. But I think he's got a lot of interesting data, and I'm guessing he could bring more. I want to make this an affordable place to where somebody like, you know, that wants to move up to, you know, somebody else, one can afford a townhome if they want it out here. And then if they want to move up, can then afford a small single-family home on 0.2 acres. And then there are a certain selection, like Susie said, of those upper end. I mean, we need a range, and we need to know how to solve this because it's not affordable for many people to stay out here anymore.
I'm not sure that the market alone can provide affordability.
Right.
It feels like we need to find some partners that can help us provide options that, you know, just won't come on its own.
Well, like Benj was saying earlier, I mean, if you can shift some of the transportation costs to the affordable housing price, right? If you're not having to pay for so much commute, that's bringing jobs closer, which is what this is showing.
Right.
That's an easier way to offset. I mean, if he said that he was joking about the $16,000 in Lexuses or whatever, if we could offset that and reduce that so you don't need to drive as far. The commuting costs.
And clearly, we're not alone. I mean, there was a headline recently, Salt Lake City, you know, says there's no way that they can build their way into affordability. They won't ever get there.
And I don't think we zone our way into affordability
Yeah.
either. I mean, I
Correct.
think a lot of this SB 34 really focuses on government trying to solve a problem. And
Correct.
we only have a small portion of this that we can solve.
Housing,
And
nothing
we worked
done.
hard on that. But things like bringing job centers, that would be great. But again, it's dependent on people coming and working with EDC Utah and things like that to get jobs here. Those kind of things, we can help with those kind of things. But we can't just say you got to build multifamily housing for affordability. It's not, it doesn't solve the problem.
And I am concerned that if we build out every parcel in this land with a house, trying to make it affordable, we are going to miss that bullet to be able to bring jobs. I mean, I think, you know, like you and I were talking, we've got to somehow slow this down. And I mean, I joke about it, you know, but we've got to slow it down so we've got to get some jobs out here. We can't just, in the meantime, just build and build and build and build homes. You know, I think, because it won't solve it. It's not going to solve it, you know.
Well, I think on the flip side of the equation is income, right? And so
That's a
us
big-
getting SLIC, Utah State, those education centers, like that will bring hopefully other commercial retail opportunities.
And that's another key you saw on all the slides, the little teeny short stacks of Harriman. That's why we have to get some commercial development out here. We cannot afford to give away any of our commercial property.
Yeah.
We gotta get commercial, because those help solve problems.
I would just love to be the leader. I'd love to be the leader, leading community in solving, like truly solving affordability. I would love to, everybody look to Harriman and say, they know how to do
And honestly, there's a lot
affordability.
of legislators that would like us to be the leaders in doing that. But again, I think there's so many components to that that I think you have to take everything into consideration.
Oh, absolutely.
I think Brody made a great point in education to help educate our folks, but we need to attract jobs that are the higher paying jobs in order to start to change that paradigm and to offset
absolutely.
the money that we're spending there. And that's there's obviously a lot of challenges in just that one component. I mean, we've got challenges in getting the higher education centers out here, which we've been working on one piece. But then it's another to say, okay, we have land, and obviously we all have heard many times, why did you let that restaurant come in, or why did you let another fast food? Obviously, we can't pick and choose,
Right,
and
absolutely.
we can't just go out and be like, okay, we're ready for you, go ahead and come and build now. I mean, that's obviously not how the market works, but it comes down to all of us working together for proper planning and setting aside those things to help attract that.
Absolutely, amen. Yep. Completely agree.
There's some interesting statistics just on affordability, and I think it requires a definition of affordability. That it's not just, I mean, typically from like the HUD perspective, we look at 80% of median income or the different categories. But I think every community would want to know how do seniors move up into the next housing? How does the life cycle housing, and if it's not affordable for a young family to move from a townhome into a single family home, even though they may not be in those restricted income categories, then that's also an affordability question, right? And in Utah, we've had actually over the last 10 years, we've had the highest the highest wage growth of any metropolitan city in the nation. So we're at 47% over the last 10 years, but that's been offset by 79% increase in median income or in median household prices. So that's where you're getting that huge gap. So a lot of people complain and say we're not getting the great jobs here, but we are really getting great jobs. We just had this massive increase in housing prices, and you have a lot of developers here who can tell you that construction costs and particularly labor costs have escalated at such a rate that it is really difficult to bridge that gap. So there is a need to look at affordability from other angles, not just how do we bring construction costs and incomes in more harmony so that people can afford that. It's how are people who are apportioning costs to housing, how can more be portioned to housing? It's taken out from transportation, it's closer access to jobs, it's better access to services. So it has to be a little bit about out of the box thinking. It's not just, hey, 30% of my income to housing. I've got to be able to reduce my costs in transportation and other expenditures. If you look at affordability, just the numbers on what people have increased in utility expenses over the last 10 years, it is, unfortunately, it's beyond, in most cities, it's beyond those increases in median incomes. So there are other ways that those gaps can be bridged, and hopefully you guys can find some solutions. And I'm not saying that facetiously, I would love to help out, but I think it's the right conversation to have.
And I mean, I do have a question because we talk about transit and things like that. I mean, are there cities that solve that? I mean, we rely so much on the state for transportation, let's be honest. Are there cities that solve that or have solutions that help out within their city? And I don't know the answer to that. Are there examples? And I just, as I think about this, I mean, one of the things that I look at is I believe the city did a good job in bringing the police force in to the city. I thought it's become something that I think we're proud of as a city, and it's become very logical for us to do. And so I guess are there solutions to these 2 or 3 problems that he stated that are outside of us relying on someone else to figure out for us?
That's a good question for sure, divergent thinking.
And I don't think I have an answer. I'm sure you guys do. You're much more than me, but.
There are, I mean, I know that there's grants and things available for especially transportation. And are we applying for grants for transportation? How's that going?
Yeah. Honestly, it starts to look back at the federal level because the money that's been allocated to, wait, make sure you keep me straight here. The money that's been allocated, they don't even have, that's based on the federal gas tax. That money's not even keeping up with what they're allocating now, the funding model. And now the FAST Act, which deals with that federal transportation fund, is set to expire September 30th of next year. And if we don't get a reauthorization of that and a multi-year reauthorization of that, it puts all of the limited federal funding in jeopardy, first off. But if they don't increase the gas tax, we are losing ground way faster on federal funding to even be available to pull that into the state. And that's just one component. Then you have the state side of that. And we've been doing things with the 0.25% sales tax that goes to roads. We've done our part on the city to help qualify for those. But again, that trickle down means that we don't have near enough dollars for us to be able to help address that, even looking at the federal and the state options that are out there. Did I butcher that?
Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
Any other questions? I think we'll go back to Susie to talk about kind of what's been heard at community events.
So
what we wanted to update you on and the way we're structuring the general plan, the moderate income housing plan was essentially a preview of how we want to organize the general plan document as a whole, but really talking about, what do we know, what are the current, stats and finding and information that's important for the general plan, what have we heard from the community, and then translating that into, what do we do with that information? What do we want to try to make happen? And how do we make it happen? So what are those strategies? So we wanted to spend just a little bit of time today kind of giving you an update about our outreach process and what we've been hearing. And just to kind of explain the process that we're using for the outreach. We started off at a lot of the community events back in the late spring and early summer, really starting off with just open questions and just trying to gather input and ideas, just, what are people thinking about the future? And then as we've been moving through the process, taking those ideas, representing them with some images and maps, and then getting people to, respond to those and indicate preferences, and then taking that information and moving forward with some draft recommendations and strategies. That's what we'll be bringing to the community next week at the open house that's planned on November 6th. And so just some quick stats. There have been 11 different opportunities to provide input with the general plan, and that's either at an event or an open house or a survey online or the city's website. And so our strategy has not been to just let's hold a meeting and have everybody come to us at that special meeting. We've made a very concerted effort to be out there at a lot of different locations at different times. We're trying to get out and reach a lot of different populations that might not typically participate in a general plan process. So there's been 11 different opportunities. We've been at 7 different locations. Some of them have been here at City Hall, out in the park. We did some pop-up events at the rec center and at the Smith's grocery store. Michael's held his book club, and then there's been the online opportunities. We feel that we've probably reached just over 2,000 people at those different events and those different platforms. Some of those are from the survey that was conducted by Y2 Analytics, and we'll be going over some of the results from those. But from all of those events, when I was tallying all the different ideas and the dots and the voting and questions and strategies and the survey responses, we feel like we've probably gathered over 13,000 opinions, and that includes the survey, which is a good chunk of those, but these are comments and separate opinions that people are making about planning Harriman's future. So we're pretty excited about all of the outreach and the input that we've gotten, and also how quickly, or not quickly, but how it's falling into some key themes and ideas. And that just really helps as we're making the strategies to be able to make those connections between what we're recommending in the general plan and how it ties back to that information about what we've heard and what we know about Harriman. So these are the different events that we were at out in the community over the last few months. Michael's been holding his book club. There's been 2, and there will be a 3rd coming up in a couple of weeks. We did have a couple workshops and open houses here at the city, and we do have that next one coming up on Wednesday the 6th, and then our pop-up event at the Smiths and the rec center. So the community survey that was done by Y2 Analytics. So just to clarify, this was administered as a statistically valid survey, and that means that they go out and use a database of contacts so that they feel that they are getting a representation of the Harriman community as a whole. So it's not an open survey that goes out to anybody and you aren't sure who's responding. So it's been weighted and validated by Y2 Analytics to reflect what the current demographics of Harriman City residents are. That's with age, gender, it's home ownership, but one thing, and I talked to them today, the home ownership and renter split on the survey respondents was 95% home ownership, 5% renters. We know that Harriman is closer to 80-20 ownership and renter. What they've found is that they they put out the survey to that renter population, but they don't always get the responses back. So even with trying to reach out to that renter population via the survey, they just weren't getting the responses to total more than 5%. And so that's why that number is a little bit different. And that just means that we need to try to find different ways to reach out to that renter population. So just some key findings. So right now, 7% of your residents use transit to get around. That could be using the bus or getting over to the track station or somehow using transit. In the future, 33% of the residents say that they would like to use transit. And so we tried to ask some more questions about, what would make using transit more feasible, or, how would you use transit in the future? And so if that light rail station, doesn't come, but you get express bus service, 42% of your residents feel like they would use that if it was within a 5 to 10 minute walk of where they live. 20% say they would use it if they could bike to the station. We were talking with Blake earlier, Michael and I, and just talking about the importance of active transportation moving forward. It's one of the key themes of input that we've been receiving, is that people would like to be able to get around more conveniently using active transportation. And they know that there's trails there, but sometimes they feel like the wayfinding could be improved. But we also want to figure out how to get people, over to the transit stations that are there, out to those jobs, and improve their access to opportunity. So the top characteristics, we asked about that Harriman feel. If you remember when we were back here in July, we sort of vetted the questions that we wanted to ask in the survey. This was one of those, and the top 6 responses about the Harriman feel: the quiet neighborhoods, the beautiful vistas of the valley, foothills, and mountains, that it's family friendly, that there's great access to the open space and trails, opportunities for being active outdoors, biking, hiking, and then livable, walkable neighborhoods. And so one of those things, thinking about what a livable, walkable neighborhood is, a lot of times people think walkable neighborhood, that's not Harriman, that's not why I moved here. There's different ways to categorize walkable neighborhoods, and that's what we want to help figure out in this process, is what that means to those different parts of the city. Another key component of the survey respondent is that they'll geocode the address so that we can do just a cross-analysis and figure out what types of responses and how they differ based on which area of the city people are living in. The social gathering places that people frequent or would like to see more of in Harriman. So the cafe and the restaurant, the pub, the bar, beer garden type of place, more parks. You've got great parks. People would love to see more. And that recreation center, gym, that's something that people use right now and would like to see in the future. So when we talked about amenities that fit into the neighborhood, what we're trying to dial into is understanding that people might not want to live in the town center, but they might want a corner store. And so we're trying to figure out, what do people feel would fit in their neighborhood, if anything. There's some people that just want to have a residential neighborhood and they don't want to be able to walk to anything. And that's, just representing those different opinions in the city. But some people did feel that having more active areas in their neighborhood, the community pool is something that's come up a lot, access to those trailheads, but the social gathering spaces, some of those pubs, those cafes, places to meet and mingle, gardens, linear parks, sort of those peaceful, relaxing areas that aren't necessarily an active park with fields, and then those corner stores where there might just be a few stores or restaurants, but it's not a large commercial development. And then another outreach method that we've taken is looking at what are some of the priorities as the city makes decisions about its future. What are some of the factors that influences those decision-making practices? And we asked residents at a couple different events. We had a matrix and people put dots in. I think there's a total of 270 dots on this one board. In the ranking of order based on the number of dots, whether it was a first, second, or third choice, these are the preferences that people feel the city should consider when it's making decisions about community development and design and planning for Harriman's futures. So community amenities was the top one. The flip side is, how do we get those amenities? How do we pay for them if they're parks? Or, how do we attract the businesses and retail to Harriman? But that's something that was just a key priority for people. It's also been a common theme of the input that we've been receiving. So quality of life, community character were the next two, economic opportunities, talking about those jobs and access to opportunity, transportation choices, employment opportunities, and housing mix and diversity. So trying to dial into those a little bit more, Michael and I were talking about, what are some of the things that represent community amenities? How do we, as a city, make those decisions? What are we talking about? With the amenities, it could be, anything from recreation and parks and open space to just having those neighborhood stores, or just a diversity of amenity options for the range of demographics. A lot of Harriman has very family-friendly amenities, and a consistent type of input and comment that we've received is, there's 20 and 30-year-olds out here that don't yet have a family. There's older people and older kids. I think sometimes the people feel like the amenities in their neighborhood, that their kids are aging out of them, or they're not appropriate to the family or single or married couple that doesn't have kids yet. So just thinking about how neighborhoods need to evolve with the people that live there over time. Thinking about quality of life, the bullets that we thought about, circling back to some of those survey questions, social gathering spaces, being family friendly, having safe streets and neighborhoods, and having amenities that fit into the type of neighborhood that people want to have. Community character, this could be anything from that design question that we talked about before with housing, the amenities, just the look and the feel of the city as a whole. That could be your streetscape. Sorry, he might be wearing the same shirt.
We see Brett, that's why we're laughing.
I know, yeah, sorry.
Those guys here. He's all around.
The balance and mix or not mix of uses. So we said there's neighborhoods that really don't want that mix of uses. There's neighborhoods that do. And knowing that Harriman can have both of those, I think is an important component of the general plan. The quality streets and public spaces, Blake has said that they're looking to do an active transportation plan. That's a key comment that we've heard. And how do we make those streets feel safer to a lot of different modes, and how do those streets essentially frame kind of that perception of Harriman as you're coming into the city? What does that public realm look like to not only your residents, but outsiders and businesses that might want to locate here? The economic opportunities, this is something that comes up a lot with you guys, but continuing to diversify your tax base, whether it's retail or services, or trying to make sure that the plan is in place to support office and employment areas that then attract those retail and support uses, and also capturing visitors that come to Harriman. People are coming here to use Black Ridge. They're coming here to use the trails. How can we make sure that we're valuing those destinations and those gateways by planning for areas that have opportunities for a cafe or a store that might support outdoor uses, things along those lines. The transportation choices, the local transit, whether it's something that the city initiates or works with UTA, the idea of that micro transit service is a new idea. Making sure that those connections to the regional transit system are in place, and then just supporting biking and walking in neighborhoods and around, thinking about the shared transportation network, how that changes how people get around, and then the e-scooters, e-bikes. Those are modes that are out of your car, but they're moving a little bit faster than walking or a human-powered bike. Employment opportunities, looking to diversify the options that are available. That innovation district, some of the new ideas that are coming into town. The idea of startup businesses or capturing the entrepreneurs with some of the smaller spaces that might be a little bit more affordable. That tech industry, higher education, with Salt Lake Community College coming on board, the potential for USU to look at that area out to the west in Olympia Hills, and then research and development. So, those are opportunities. What can Harriman do to make sure that the city has areas that are preserved and attractive for those types of opportunities? The housing mix and diversity, we've talked a lot about housing already. I think it's not something that's on the community's mind necessarily as a priority, but a lot of people understand that there needs to be options. At the pop-up event, I think probably the most interesting contrast between the Smith Station and the Recreation Station was the feedback that we got on the housing options. People coming out of the rec center are like, oh, I don't like any of those images. We don't need any more high-density housing. at the Smiths, we had people coming up and say like, oh, like I really like that one, and like I would love to have more options like that because I'm a single mom. I live with my parents right now. I've got 4 kids, and I can't afford my parents' house, but I would love to stay in Harriman and be closer to my family. So just making sure that we have options for the life cycle housing, like Benj mentioned, and just options for those underrepresented demographics with the housing types that are there right now. So to circle back to those decision-making priorities, what I've done is created just a simple one-question ranking survey for you guys to do so that we can sort of compare where your priorities are with the priority ranking that we've heard from the community. This is something that you can go in and do now. It is just one question. Should just take you like a minute or 2 minutes, so you can either try to scan the QR code or type in the SurveyMonkey URL, and then if you go on to the next item, I can go in and get those results and hopefully bring them up before I leave. So are there any questions? I'll give you a minute to do that, and then maybe we can circle back to questions. Is it working? I could bring my laptop around. You could each scan it.
You've been hacked. Interesting. Do you want me to tell you what it says?
Does anyone speak Russian?
Told you I'd translate.
That's weird.
So Susie, I have kind of a comment for you. More of a cautionary comment.
Sure.
Because like when I read some of these, what I really am concerned about is it's unintentionally misleading our public into thinking that this feedback is going to change what's already entitled. We do not have, besides a very, very limited resources left in our city that's not entitled. So I really would hope that these are not misleading them to feel like, well, these are all the things that we said we wanted, and then you guys went and built all these things. I just want to make sure that we're really doing a good job of communicating that message out there so that they're not feeling like, what's more important, having these things, well, these might not be an option for them, and most of the communities are already entitled, they won't be an option unless they're already in the development agreements. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do, yeah. I think that's a great comment, and something that we have been doing is to, bring the maps that show where all those master development agreements are in place, or the HOAs. The HOAs has been an issue that has come up at a lot of the events that, some people are frustrated with them, and you feel like, okay, instead of paying money to the HOA, I'd rather, pay money to the city so that we can get better amenities. This is not unique to Harriman. We heard that, in Eagle Mountain, and, I've heard it from people that live in other communities that have a lot of HOA neighborhoods. And, there's some cities where the HOAs have defaulted, and then the city has to come in and absorb the maintenance and costs. But that's just, that was a comment that has showed up, pretty frequently throughout the process.
And I'll just interject how grateful I am for all the work, because we just recently received a bunch of maps that you're referring to, and just kudos to staff for getting those out there and having those available. That changes the conversation, I think, when people can look at those and have a clear understanding of what can be changed and what cannot be changed, what, can be influenced by this survey.
Yeah, and I think understanding kind of the extent and length of time, there's development agreements and there's entitlements, and then there's that notion of build out, and that's something. I was at the Utah Alliance for Economic Development event that was held here last week, and Gordon was there and talked, and we had South Jordan and Lehigh and Eagle Mountain. And one of the questions was like, oh, well, what's the build out for your community? And it was, well, our projected population is this, and we're going to reach it by 2040 or 2050. Michael and I talk about, a longer term thinking of cities. And, my example is, Salt Lake City was built out in 1850. And that was, its original plat, everybody had their lot and it was built out. They added more plats, but then, clearly Salt Lake City has changed between 1850 and now, and it's still growing. And so Salt Lake City, is not built out, and we just want to make sure that we're thinking, not just about, that short term, but what might happen, if something changes, because there's the desire and the need for it, and just making sure that we're kind of capturing that longer range vision as well.
Thank you.
All right. I'm guessing we filled it out, maybe? Maybe a couple of minutes. All right. Then I think if we're done with item 2.2 for now, if there's no further questions, we'll move on to item 2.3, which is a discussion of the proposed Academy Village commercial development, including the design guidelines. And we would turn it over to Bryn on that item. Is Bryn in here? Bryn, walking up. Snuck out on us.
Ghost. Here are the printed guidelines. And I'm sure she'll be back.
Are we on a graveyard?
Ask me if
Some days. What's I said some days. Another one?
We just timed it that way. We'll one more.
I guess so.
Thank you. All right, passed up that. Design guidelines.
Oh yeah, the Academy Village is first, right? All right. You should have all seen this before, so we're gonna go over the project, and then you've got the design guidelines. Developers here to answer questions, so we'll kind of go over a little bit of the history of this project. Again, pod 35 and 39. So, here's RSL. This is the commercial area, proposed commercial area. They submitted back in June, they're doing a site plan and a rezone for a portion of the property, and I'll show you the map of that. They had a DRC with staff in July. They were at our last joint meeting in July, showing you some of their ideas. They had a public hearing with the Planning Commission last month. The Planning Commission approved the rezone. We haven't brought it forward to the council yet because we're waiting for the rest of these details with the design guidelines, the site plan, and the development agreement that will be coming. And then the city council had a discussion last week on the development agreements and what that means to switch from the Rosecrest development agreement to the South Hills development agreement. So again, the zoning, the property is currently commercial, and then there's a line right here with a sliver of mixed use. So the rezone is to make the entire property commercial, and then just a piece of RM. This again is what the Planning Commission recommended. They'll be doing a similar rezone on the pod on the other side. This is the proposed layout, conceptual. This is the one for the pod that we're focusing on kind of at this point, but these guidelines are for the entire thing. Again, we have DRC. The Planning Commission has seen this a couple times. but you have not acted on it yet, because we want the design guidelines with it. So just kind of the steps that they have left, the timeline is irrelevant other than what our next meetings are. We're planning on having them on the planning commission meeting, potentially next week, just to discuss further design guidelines, see what questions you have, continue to work through that. The council will be reviewing amendments to, again, both development agreements, to the Rosecrest and the South Hills to swap the property. Planning commission will have to approve the design guidelines of the site plan. Then the council approves the amended MDAs, the rezone, the design guidelines, and site plans are all exhibits to the amended MDAs. That's really what I have as far as where we are, process. You've got their design guidelines. If we want, we can have developer go through the detail of those. He's got a separate PowerPoint to kind of show you the design guidelines and what he's anticipating this to look like, if you'd like to see that.
I think the PowerPoint first.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Video first?
I'll second the motion.
Before we start
Okay.
asking questions.
Video.
You want me to
Go
speak
for
to
it. Yeah, come on up here.
So yeah, this is a 3D.
Why don't you introduce yourself real fast? Sorry, so they.
Hi, I'm Lu Feng, Babcock Design Architect, working with the Wasatch Group on this development here. This is a 3D flyover. So you can see there's the RIT, Arcel, Soleil. And we're flying up here on to the Academy Village property. This is Pod 39. And across Real Vista Drive here is Pod 35. And it's got an office building, parking structure, grocery store, retail, and some residential as well to help support that retail. I think this answers a lot of some of the ideas that we were discussing earlier, which Susie was talking about, and Specker as well, with some of the needs in Harriman City, just coming from the kind of the southwest, flying over the property here to kind of give you an idea and a vision of what the project is going to look like. And as you know, with Wasatch Group, they've done the training facility in Soleil, and this will be a continuation of that high level of development and quality. And so I think as we discussed the guidelines today, we wanted to show some of this imagery so that you can kind of picture, because sometimes as we look at words, it's hard to understand what it is that we as a developer and design team are trying to do here in Harriman. This product here will really fit in line with some of the goals that you guys are trying to achieve. That also it'll just kind of flow through what Wasatch Group has done already with the high quality of housing that they provided with Soleil, with the support they provided with the training facility as well. We have John from the Wasatch Group, along with Reed, he's our civil engineer, and Scott, who is our landscape architect. Sure. Yeah. So I'll probably invite you guys to come up as we go through the slides. Here's Academy Village is what this presentation is based around here. So here's just an imagery of some other urban developments that are well known with some of the amenities and the design elements that we want to bring to Harriman City, an area that not necessarily is conveyed with large setbacks where it's just grass. Grass is nice, but at the same time, when you can potentially cut back those setbacks, but then provide greater design and greater texture and variety rather than just having grass and trees. Some of these developments here, you'll see it's much more walkable too. We're in an area where there's a lot of residential surrounding. There's residential within the commercial development as well that will help support the success of the commercial development. you can envision people who live nearby or within that commercial development that are walking through on these nice trails with different paving patterns, little break areas where people can break out and sit with nice landscaping and landscape lighting that will draw the people in and keep them in there too. You also see across the street where we have the training facility and the community college, which will be coming. Well, this will help support that as well. The housing will help support some of those athletes and the students, while also we're looking at innovative ways of taking advantage of Uber to deal with transportation in the future of mass transit out this way as well. So we're looking at all those aspects as we master plan this, so it's not just a kind of one-off of what do we need and how do we get that, but we're looking at this from a high level and then dialing into what would be best to help support Harriman here. So these are just some ideas. As you can see, there's narrow roads and large sidewalks, but with rich landscaping and walkways and areas that are very inviting, even though there's not these large expansive setbacks. And we're going to move into civil, and Reed, if you can kind of maybe come and speak on these for us.
So we wanted just to give you a little orientation. You've already had it from Brent's slides, so I'll move quickly through this. But this is the overall South Hills development. There's a master development agreement that talks about density. Let's see, yeah. These two projects here in this yellow color and this area over here has some residential to it, so we've accommodated for that in our overall dwelling unit count and how much is being used and where it's being used. So these two commercial elements here have been added to the South Hills Master Development Agreement. That's what, and all of this is residential and will support this nearby commercial area. As we kind of drill down a little bit, this is called Pod 39. This is the one that's being done first. We already have some significant design done on these roads and retaining walls and grading. And particularly this will be the first area to develop, and then these other buildings along Academy Parkway will be next. This project has a large office building. It has a parking structure here, multi-level. It has a hotel pad here. It has this residential element here that would be somewhat affordable, like you talked about earlier. Professional services here. This is a pad for a bank. And these are all basically retail and commercial with restaurants and shops.
Can you show me where the public roads are?
So this is called Road D and Road C. Those are private. These are private. Public would be here, Real Vista.
Okay.
And this is Academy, and it changes names right here to Autumn Crest.
Okay. So those are the only public.
This segment's also public, and then of course Mountain View Pool down here.
Thank you.
This is zooming in on just Pod 39. We've tried to take the slope that we have. We have about 57 feet of fall from the high side up in this area down to the low side down here. And so we've tried to make lemonade out of lemons and basically create diversity, not just on a horizontal plane, but vertical separation as we move down the hillside. And we've tried to integrate our buildings and our roads and our landscaping and our architecture all together into one master plan community. So for a long time, we've had the owner and the landscape architect and the engineering and the building architect in the same room, integrating very carefully all of those elements. Whereas usually there are lots created and commercial buildings come in kind of in a one-off, one at a time. And sometimes there's a lack of continuity and a lack of ingenuity, a lack of theming. Whereas this will all be held by one owner and will all have consistent theming in those regards, whether it's roadways, park strips, retaining, bike paths, types of architecture, lighting. These roads have been designed with bus lanes in mind and bike lanes also. There could be ride share up in this area near the hotel. There's the potential for a site here as well. We're going to have sites for recharging of electric vehicles. We're going to have, potentially we'll have recharging scooters and that kind of thing, because we're trying to accommodate SLIC. We'll have a campus right here, and the Real Salt Lake training facility, which is right here, and potentially more commercial right here, and lots of residential all right next door here. Have a lot of pedestrian use coming into this, as well as vehicles. And the parking structure allows us to accommodate almost all of the parking needs for the project next to the buildings that they need to be parked next to. But on the busiest of days at Christmas time, for example, the parking structure would take up the overflow of demand.
Could you talk a little bit more on the residential, the 39.2 that's at the top? Well, yeah.
So this area here,
just a little more detail of your thought process there.
it's somewhat of a placeholder at this point because we haven't designed the actual
I was
buildings.
wondering if that got a little farther than that, just because I know we have another one in the city that has that great big parking lot around it that doesn't have the best feel. That's why I was curious.
It is a placeholder right now. We know that this case will fit on the area that we've provided, but we could redesign that in a different style. So right now, it's just preserving space. It's showing dual access. It's showing how the grading would separate this higher hotel pad. It's showing how we provide access to the neighboring project through our project. It's showing how there's vertical separation here as well to this lower commercial pad. So that the residential area has a feel of privacy, but we haven't really designed more specifically than that at this point. So there's time to have input on that. This is just a quick example of how we've integrated all of the grading with the architecture and the landscaping. This is a professional services building that will probably have a medical theme. There might be tenants in here that support what's going on over at the soccer complex, for example. This will be an office building, and this is the hotel. So the hotel can enter the parking structure on the lowest level, and the office building can enter on the second level, and then ramp up to the third level. And then this professional services building will have a little bridge right here that will connect it to this walk, and then a speed table type pedestrian crosswalk here that brings them right into the parking structure as well. And so this road C, these entrances into residential, this is going into the apartments next door, this coming into the hotel, and then coming out here to Mountain View Corridor has all been carefully integrated through grading and horizontal site planning and landscape design and vertical separation and retaining, so that when you go into this, it'll feel very carefully master planned where it looks natural, nothing contrived.
Michael, I got a question for you. So he mentioned a speed table on private roads. Is that allowed? Because I know we've been talking about that in another area, or is that something we're going to have to look at changing?
Yeah, that is something we can consider.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question about the potential connectivity to the residential to the south there? So I think that road E, is that contemplated to be an open all the time access or an emergency access only cross there?
We need to have more discussion on that topic, I think. It could go either way, the way it's physically designed, but the way it functions, we wanted to have some more discussion on that.
Dan says it will be open all the time, because it's the second access for the spot next door.
Okay.
So they need it to be open, but no.
This is just an example of the unique cross sections. So these are for the public streets, but they're not necessarily your typical street cross sections that you have adopted. They're custom designed for the bus lanes, the bike lanes, the amount of park strip landscaping that we want to provide. So each road has received a custom cross section that will apply to the development. Parking, the city has some standards that they've already adopted. Parking is a challenging topic. You go to a really popular place like a Cafe Rio and it might be underparked. You go to another place that might have less of a parking demand than was anticipated, and you might see just a sea of asphalt that hardly ever gets used. You can probably think of plenty of these where it's either over or underparked. So we're putting a little more effort into this so that we have just the right amount, because it's unhealthy to have either too much or too little. So we're going to use this parking generation manual that's put out by the International Transportation Engineers group. And this is just an example of how they would give us real data on existing parking lots where they've actually done surveys of how they ended up being parked, over or under. So this is a medical office building similar to what I showed you previously that we would have. And these are all the data points. So you can see the data points are very close to the trend line. There's a data point out here. And so this is pretty good data. We can rely on this data and design accordingly for our project. This one, on the other hand, has data that's not very close to the trend line. It's kind of all over the place. And so we would apply more local knowledge of how other projects in Harriman are performing, or how other projects in our area are performing. And then we would show how we're designing our parking accordingly. So in the design guidelines, we call out this manual as a reliable method for calculating parking for our project. Landscaping, Scott?
So with this project, the nature of being fairly intensive use and also having grade change, typically you don't see that in a lot of these kind of projects. They're typically on big flat pads. This project isn't done that way. It actually steps up the hillside, so we don't have large grade changes that are occurring. And so with that, we're looking at the landscaping following into that. This is actually a project that's in a neighboring town that's very similar to our first phase of retail that we're doing. With this project, because of a fairly high intensity use, the landscape areas are fairly small because we have to accommodate parking, plazas, and the buildings. So with it, we're looking at doing fairly high intensity landscaping. With that, also the nature of the landscaping we're looking at would be low water usage. So it doesn't mean that it's going to be like a desert scape or just full of gravel and rock. The idea for me is that low water usage can be something that's actually fairly lush in nature. And so with it, we'd be looking at doing is providing some screening of those areas where we have the grade changes, providing areas that are conducive for social interaction, the retail areas where we have restaurants and outdoor plazas that we're looking at providing, those kind of natures. And then really reducing the use of lawn. If we do lawn, it would be an area where people would actually might want to use, where there may be an area where they might go sit on at the lawn area or actually do an activity versus just having lawn that you just visually look at. So with it, also the nature of what we're looking at doing is as we wrote the design guidelines and looking at the guidelines or the ordinance that you have in place right now with landscaping, we're basically looking at adhering very close to that. As I go through it, I don't find that it's an ordinance that, as a landscape architect, that I have issues with complying with. So our guidelines are actually fairly similar to the ordinance that we have in place right now. Oh, okay, so with this, as we're looking at, I guess as we go into landscaping, and looking at it's more than just plants that we're looking at. So with that, we're looking at street furniture, also paving materials, also even looking at changing some of our mulches. So it's not, we won't do the whole thing in just one kind of mulch and that's it. We'll vary it depending on certain areas, meaning the mulch in the parking lot would be different than maybe a mulch we would have adjacent to people sitting in a plaza, something of that nature. Also, lighting would be thematic to the type of architecture that's occurring in there. Also providing areas for people to socialize, also to use whether it be for dining or for just recreating as a place where people would go to spend an evening and have multiple choices on what they may do. So they may go there and just walk and decide what they want to do in terms of which restaurant to go to or something of that nature. Oh, okay. So with it is also providing some change in paving, potential for wider features also. If we do have areas that people are using for dining, that we'd be looking at potentially different types of shade structures. And then also when we get into the retail areas that have outdoor patios, that we provide spaces that are conducive for people to use. So we just don't have areas that are designed and that people don't want to use because we haven't dealt with the microclimatic issues that come up with these kinds of areas. With it also, in terms of our grade changes, providing a number of different types of retaining that we can do. Also, in terms of integrating the architecture, the fencing, and also with our shade structures. So with it, as our team works together, is that we kind of work in unison in terms of, as the architecture's developed, I'm playing off of that and creating something that's a seamless as you go from what's being developed building-wise out into the landscape. So they're kind of, in my mind, they're kind of one and the same. So as you look at the project, the idea is like, where does the architecture stop? Where does the landscape begin? The idea is to kind of blur that. And that's kind of the beauty of certain spaces when we get into these higher intensity uses and developments is really kind of blurring and melding those two types of areas together. So it isn't just that you have a building and then you have landscape and there's kind of a disconnect. These things are integrated and taken together. And then just some more just images of a project that I think does a very good job of integrating all of those attributes together.
Cool. Back to me. Well, as I mentioned earlier, you know the projects that Wasatch has done, and we want to continue that theme of high level, high design, and high quality developments and buildings. And so as we look at the office buildings, we'll have two large office buildings on this site. This one here is actually one that will go on the site there. Here are some other, just some imagery to give you an idea of what we're looking towards doing. These are just some others, the top two are others that we've done here in our office. These other ones have just had components that we feel will probably carry through the development.
You're still contemplating tilt up primarily, or?
There's the possibility of tilt up for the office buildings. That's a possibility. This one here is a tilt building, but as you can see, the tilt design has come a long way, and so they look much better than just kind of the perception of when you hear tilt office and tilt concrete, but what we can do to kind of embellish and make those look better.
Is the parking structure, where is it located in comparison to these?
Will
it be used for these, or is most of it on street?
So the parking structure is a key part of this project because during the daytime, there'll be some shared parking uses like Reed had talked about. During the daytime, the parking structure will park the office building and the hotel, but it'll have some extra parking as well for some overflow. But then with the shared parking, with the different times that people are working and people are using and coming to the site, there will be some available parking in that structure. So the parking structure is a key piece of this project.
Do you remember how many it parks and how many floors it was?
We're looking at probably three to four possible levels of parking right now.
6 per thousand, 7 per thousand is our target on the office.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I misunderstood.
Oh, no, you're good.
But we did pick the kind of the Mount Modern theme for this development. We felt like it was appropriate. It's a nice design where we could attract some of these higher level companies to bring some of these companies here into Harriman. And as we talk about Mountain Modern, for us, modern being the simplicity is the beauty in modern, where the use and the design of the forms and masses, along with the mountain theme of using kind of strong finished materials like your woods and your stones, and mixed in with different textures and colors and those type of things that you'll see here in these examples. This is the office building with some imagery and some concepts. Again, we talked about the parking structure. So right now, like Reed talked about, the office building, you will enter in on the second level of the parking structure, and the hotel will then enter in on the lower level of the parking structure. And so as it steps down, it's again an integrated design. These are just some parking structure examples that we would look at. It'd be something that would be thoughtful and designed to be part of the entire development, and consider the buildings and structures around it.
Quick comment on that. I know, as we've talked about this before, one of the things I brought up, I think one of the most difficult things is how do you integrate a parking structure into an overall theme, and what types of screening you're going to do. So I think that is something that needs to be really focused on. I know the location of it helps in terms of the grade change and some of those things, but obviously from the inside of that development area, certainly don't want to lose sight of how that is taken into consideration as you build that project out.
For sure, and that's a very important piece of it as well. And you know, from location to and how with the concrete structures, there's new technology and options where you can have integrated designs in those parking structure panels as well, or you can add screening and those type of things as well to it to help tie it to the building. So yes.
That bottom left structure, is that shops across the bottom or something? That's what it sort of looks like.
Yes, that one does have shops, but again, just understand this is just more for the design theming and imagery. But this one does have shops. We did that there. It's actually in Casey there. So.
It changes the whole feel. That's why I was curious.
We are looking at considering that as well in our parking structure design on 35B is that potential, just because as you can see, it's very successful.
Nice place for a coffee shop, huh?
Definitely. Yeah. Went too far. Sorry. Here's professional office, as well as Reed mentioned. Due to the site, the professional office on Pod 39 will actually kind of sit down lower, so we have this bridge coming across. But we are also designing so it has a light well around it. So even though those on the lower level, they'll have this space outside that will allow kind of this light well that will allow natural light into their space. It'll also create an area where people can go out on, people can eat their lunch, make a phone call, or sit out as well. Here's some professional office that we've done, and just some other theming of some buildings that we've seen that would kind of represent what we would be aiming for and doing here at Academy Village. So you can see there's the simple forms. We have your strong overhangs and strong materials, and building lighting is key as well. So this is what we envision for the professional office out there. Here's the hotel, and we've kind of shown a variety because not knowing which hotel that is going to land out there. But this will be thoughtfully integrated in with the other buildings as well. With Mountain Modern, we can go with you know, the flat parapets, but also there's options with adding pitched roofs and overhangs as well. And that's still something that we haven't nailed down yet, but this is kind of the direction that we're looking towards. And here's some imagery for the housing out there. And that's probably one area in the design guidelines that we tried to take. We tried to take as much of what you had existing in your existing ordinance and in the previous South Hills MDA and keep as much of that as we could that made sense. And there were some other areas that we made a few adjustments that we felt would be helpful in the positive nature for this project. Like was mentioned before, the housing component has not been dialed in yet, so we're not quite sure what's going to happen there. But there's a lot of things that are very helpful and supportive with it, with the community college across the street, the training facility, and then just being able to establish kind of a work-live environment where people who work there have housing that's nearby, kind of cutting down that transportation like we talked about, the distance and those needs and costs as well. So we see the housing component of this development being a key piece in helping support the success of the commercial. And then there's a grocery store that's going to be out there. Here's just some imagery of some grocery stores that we could envision being out that way. And here's the retail, and the retail is really one of our main focuses out there, and being able to help establish a strong tax base for the city of Herriman. And the fact is there's just not a lot of commercial development out there. There's not a lot of restaurant options. There's not a lot of places for people to go. We want to be able to establish a location where people can go and stay and be there that has everything from office to retail to housing, and it's thought through from all angles and it provides multiple options that way. That's, I think, my last image, John. I don't know if there's anything else you want.
Yeah, if you don't mind, let me jump up. We gotta kind of let these guys earn their money as consultants and go through the details, right? So let me go at a high level and just really start to dial this in from a few different angles. The 50,000 foot portion of this really is this. And I promise you that we didn't pay Benj and Susie to put that demonstration in front of us, because it really is the perfect segue to what Herriman needs, right? So, as you can tell, there's plenty of rooftops in Herriman City, and what the city is needing is tax base. And this project is designed around the needs of the community, which is going to be a more dense retail commercial project. So, hence the parking structure, hence the layout of this project. Let me try to go back to the site plan here and show you. We're balancing the difficult task of making sure that we still have a very walkable community here, but we have challenges with grades, and yet we have challenges with open space, because if I create a ton of open space in this, then we're minimizing our tax revenue, right? So we're trying to really create this balance, and yet we know our counterparts in Lehigh and some of our other colleagues that we work with quite often, we know what commercial office is demanding right now. And if you're not getting 6 per thousand in parking, you're not going to be leasing up space. So the type of people we're trying to target up here, we have to achieve 6 per thousand. So we're building the parking structures. We're trying to utilize the space as effective as possible. We've been studying this plan for, I don't know, are we over a year now? Well over a year now, and we've gone through a lot of different versions, and what we feel is worthy of putting in front of you guys and allowing you to critique it with us now. So understand that when we say that, like, say for example, the housing here, I'm not sure where the pointer is. So it's not really that we haven't done the study. We know the product that needs to go in there. We know the layout of the boundary that's going to go there. We know there's going to be garages. They're going to be used as our retaining walls because it just makes sense in what we're building. But what we're trying to decipher is studying more on the parking requirements, because if we go with current ordinance, we're going to try to put out 2 per unit, right? So that's just what everyone's going to want to see. But that's if you're doing 2 and 3 bedrooms and a multi, some studio, some 1 bedroom. On average, yeah, 2 is probably the right number for that product. We're not going to want to put something out here that doesn't stay in alignment with what both the city and Salt Lake Community College have asked for, which is more affordable, which is what we've talked about in the previous study, more affordable and more studio and 1 bedroom. So now does it make sense to park that at 2? It really doesn't. So
We're probably going to be looking at podium. We got a small acreage there. We know it's not going to be more than 240 units between both pods, 120 in each. We know these things, but we're just studying it a little bit more before we actually lay out footprints and come to you with an actual footprint. Now, the beauty about this project with the MDA that we have is we're going to come to you with each one of these finished pads and show you exactly what it is we're building. So you're going to see every component of this. We've got the plans ready for this first section here that we're building right now, and we're going to bring this to you, and we're going to show you the whole quadrant of how that lays out, not just the one building with a little bit of landscape around it, so you're just seeing small pieces. You're going to actually see how this whole thing in that quadrant comes together, and this thing is going to be master planned. We've laid out in our design guidelines, this is going to be mountain modern. The entire place is going to follow the theme of being mountain modern. So, question?
But franchise architecture, how do you get them to do a mountain modern? I mean, for example, Kentucky Fried Chicken, they're going to come in and they're going to want their white brick and red building.
3 beautiful letters, DRC. So it's managed by our DRC. We require in the guidelines, they've got to build mountain modern. We review it as DRC. We bring it to you whether we can approve it or not, and we hope that what we've done.
So will you turn them away if they don't do it?
We tell them they have to revise their plans. Yes. Right. Because all of the land here's the key aspect of this. We're not selling off pads to just a franchise come in and let them just build what they want and then come to you and try to get plans squeaked by through you. We are owning all of this land. The layout of this capital structure through 1031, we're not going to be able to sell off any of this land. We don't plan to. We plan on managing this as a master plan community as well. So any
they're leasing the properties from you?
Sorry?
They're leasing the property from you?
Exactly. And so we have an interest in making sure what is built there matches our development. We're going to require the same street lights or the light poles. We're going to want the same theming to be consistent throughout the entire development.
So you're not going to let KFC do some white brick with the red? And I bring that up because that's something that came.
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. And it'll be approved first by our DRC before we bring it to you with an approval letter for Planning Commission. And we'll make sure that it is consistent with our guidelines, which is currently what we do through the rest of South Hills, through the residential component as well. So now, are there things we need to work through? Always. I mean, no answer is 100% definitive throughout guidelines, as you guys know. We try to build them as much as possible to where we answer questions the best way we possibly can, but there's always going to be subjective matter in there that we need to address. So, but I feel confident within our DRC process that we're going to require anything built through a franchise to match our theming of the entire project.
Okay. It seemed a little bit soft in the way it was written here in the guidelines, so that's why I was kind of...
Yeah. There'll probably be a few sections that are written soft, and a lot of that is because we want to be able to have the control to be able to manage the project from a DRC, knowing we're owning the land ourselves. Now, I know that that's a lot to ask, and I know that you want more specifics, but I think that what we're trying to make the case here is that we understand what we're trying to build here. We have the reputation, we have the experience, we understand what the outcome needs to be. We're going to manage it through processes and protocols. We're going to be definitive everywhere we possibly can, but we're always going to bring you something that we feel you're going to approve and agree with.
Well, another one I can think of here is like in Mountain America. You know, they've got a very specific brand and look to their building.
Yep.
They always own their properties. Would you sell a piece to them and let them, and then they would be able to do whatever they want?
First word, sell, can't happen. Second word might be a conflict with our current sponsorship. I don't know, but we do have that in mind. And here's the thing, we're kind of in a position we get to pick and choose a little bit here. I mean, this is a pretty highly sought after area in Harriman, and in this area, there's not a lot of commercial ground, and when we're the ones driving the activity out there, 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 1 a.m., we've talked about the programming out there, it's constantly busy. You know, so for us, we're picking partners. A lot of the tenants that are going in here, we have a pretty strong sponsor base as well, and a lot of these guys, we already know who's going in most of these locations, so. Yeah.
Question on when it starts talking about architecture standards, it talks about front building elevation. Michael, what's our standard for brick on a commercial building right now?
60.
60. This says 20%. So to me, that's a fairly, big gap there between what our city requires and what the community is.
Are you talking current ordinance or what we're vested under in 2008?
That's a great question.
So they are vested under the 2008 ordinance,
Which is 20%.
which has no percentage.
No requirement.
They have, for the most part, taken everything from, like the franchise and all that comes from the current ordinance. We push them as much as we can to try and move to the current ordinance. But they are vested under the 2008 ordinance.
Realize we know that we can take advantage of the 08 ordinance.
Oh, yeah.
But we also understand the reasons why you made changes to the current ordinance, and we agree with them. So we implemented a lot of that into our design guidelines, agreeing with the current ordinance, and we're not building the ability to go back and take advantage of lesser standards by taking advantage of 08. We're just trying not to require ourselves to do something that we may not want to because we may think there might be a different product visual.
You guys have done good in the past of giving us the shiny car when we asked for a shiny car, so I'm not entirely worried that you're gonna run off and say, no, we're not gonna do anything. That was a discrepancy I saw. I wanted to kind of.
It's a legitimate question, and I definitely understand the direction from it, yeah. But hopefully we feel that what we've done is indication of what we're going to continue to do, and understanding that we're always going to own the ground underneath this. NOI is something we're highly focused on. We got to be able to put out a good product, and we think that what we're doing is putting out a product that's not only good for the community, good for the city, but also good for the developer and the ownership.
So the other question I had was in regards to parking, and I totally understand where you guys are coming from on wanting to park the right number, because we've all seen the parking lots that are empty and parking lots that are way too full. From what I'm looking at, it looks like this gives the development agreement, or the RDA, basically full authority over parking. So,
Yeah.
So that's the intent here, is to say that you guys get to say whatever you want, and if it's not necessarily what we agree with,
Yep.
tough.
Let us tell you how to park this place. That's basically what we're saying, you're right.
And 90% of that I'm really okay with, because on the commercial side, I'm not really terribly worried about that.
Correct.
The only concern that I have is really on the residential.
Absolutely.
Because we get so many problems, we have so many
Absolutely.
problems throughout the city on residential parking, which is why we installed that ordinance.
Yep.
And so that would be, as we're looking to finalize this, maybe just something I'd want staff to take a little closer look at, just to make sure that we have something that we can come in and say, if it really is out of line, we might be able to come in and have some sort of a
And I
discussion
think
about
the
it.
ordinance lets them do a study, so we'll require, we'll say, show us the numbers, and we'll look
Correct.
at it, and
Yeah, let me give you background on how we achieved that, because I don't think that would have been our first blush, is to come in and say, let us tell you how to do it. What we had done is, one, we required the fact that we do a study. So for example, if this, all 120 units in Pod 39 is studio, and on average, you really need to achieve like a 1.2 or a 1.3 based on standards produced by the document book that we reference in the guidelines. We want to be able to do that. Now, if we change and go with 3 or 4 bedrooms, then we want to do a study that says, you know what, we need to be closer to 2, and we want to bring that to you and show you our results to the study. Now, second, those discussions came directly from with us and Mike Malloy when he suggested that, you know what, we realize that it's probably in the best interest for you guys to come to us with that. So we took that approach based on that concept, but we fully agree with the fact that we need to properly park this. It doesn't do us any good, it doesn't do residents any good, and you guys don't want to get phone calls, all day long about being underparked. So we definitely agree. And in the commercial, the parking structure, as you can tell, that's the big whammy, right? On the residential, we've got to be very methodical on how we do that. And we're definitely targeting more of a student and athletic housing. So we want to study that a little more and bring that to you and show you what we think is the right parking. So, but as it goes for the rest of any other property in the future that the MDA encompasses or whatever, all that's got to be discussed future. This is really written specific to these 2 pods. And I'm pretty sure we're not going to be purchasing any more land for a little while. Please, don't let us do it.
So one question, it talks about open space development, and then also you talk about walkability. And I noticed that when I go to Thanksgiving Point, I'm surprised at how many people work and then take walks at lunch. A lot. I was really surprised the last couple times I've gone. Now, open space development is, again, it's a little vague, just saying we should do this stuff, but it doesn't say we need to implement this within the development.
Sure.
And then also, you mentioned walkability, but we see some sidewalks, but I guess I'd like a little better understanding of what the concept or idea, because I know to implement it would be a service and valuable to the area, but I wish everyone followed through with what they said, so I just like to understand a little bit better.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
can I
we were trying
piggyback
to
on
make
that?
open space.
Hold on, Jackson.
Can I
wanted
piggyback
to
onto
make a
that just a
comment
second?
first as well.
I've got some similar, in fact, just a bit of a critique as far as walkability. This is really more vehicle oriented. I would
It
say
is very much
roads
more-
C and D are access to a grid of pads. And so it's all set up to drive your car in and get to all the pads. And I understand the difficulty with the hill. And you showed a lot, our architecture, landscape architecture, we showed several plazas and things, but I don't see any plazas here.
Plaza, what do you mean by
Well,
plaza?
there were several spots where he showed like a
Sitting.
a large gathering area.
Yeah,
and
sitting
I-
amenities
In the
will-
plan here, I don't see any.
Yeah, because this is kind of a site plan. It's not a
Right.
individual detailed plan. So, like,
So
for
each
example,
individual pad would do its own individual plaza?
So
or is there a-
within every specific pad, there'll be little sections where landscape allows for like a couch and a little table and things of that nature, like park benches. It's hard right now to call out all the park benches on this
Right.
site because it's really just a site
And
plan.
I guess what I'm saying is there doesn't seem to be anything that brings it all together.
Yeah, because
it's
what you're
a lot of
seeing
little pads.
is the site plan. So
Right.
keep in mind, we're trying not to allow open space to become wasted space, right? Let's go back to the original theory, which is we're trying to maximize the density that we can so it's the biggest bang for the community and the city and tax base, and obviously make it still a very centric type of a walkable stroller type of community.
Right.
Now, we do have challenges with grades, so sometimes we got to keep that in mind. Every road has sidewalks, and that's you're barely seeing that, I think, on the site plan. But every road has the sidewalks. We'll also have trails that go
Yeah,
down
it's very
directly to
suburban.
RSL, and then in the landscape plan, which is where you'll see the amenities you're looking for, you'll see these little outcroppings of sitting areas and a tree with the speaker, and stuff like that will definitely come in your landscape plan on each one of these paths.
But as an owner, you won't be doing any activities where you're inviting groups in,
No, that's
like you
absolutely
would at a mall.
incorrect. That's the reason why we kept with public streets. Mind you, private streets. We're doing private streets even though we're allowing the neighbors to constantly drive through it that we got to maintain. And the reason why is because we want to be able to close these down, throw up the shade tents, and allow for the farmer's market type of activity to come in and really create a community event. So it's hard to do that when they're public streets because it takes a lot of interaction and shutting down and costs and so forth. So we did that so that we have that ability to.
So
do
we'd
this.
use like Road B to do a farmer's market kind of thing? Or?
Yeah, I'm not going to plan the first farmer's market, but it's definitely the theme.
So you're actually using the road itself to be.
Yeah,
to-
we're
you
going to
shut
shut
that down
down a
too.
road and throw up a whole row and let people come out and rent a tent booth and sell their trinkets and different things that they want to do. We want to create this as a community event. And those are ideas that's going to bring the community to this place. Not only the 5,000 seat stadium across the street and all the concerts or different items that are going on over there. We want this to be the draw. We don't want people leaving and going to other neighboring cities to go and spend money. We want this to be a very much felt community project. So that's the reason why we've made the decision to go private streets, to help with that cause.
Did that help answer your?
Did it answer my question?
I didn't get back to yours. I got sidetracked. Sorry.
No, that's okay. It's still, my question still is based around the walkability and the ability to do that within this development. And he did touch on it some with the sidewalks, and it seems very friendly to driving more so than actual walking. And so I'm more curious about how that's being implemented or what is going to be implemented.
So
with
keep
that.
in mind, if I had a 50-acre square box, I can create a center court and I can make it to where the whole development kind of wraps around it and you have an attraction in the middle, waterfalls and stuff like that. The physical nature of this project is not that. We have roads, right in the middle of this that are kind of separating us from being able to create one big conducive center cow project or Station Park type of project or something similar like that where they've got great big open spaces. To get away from the theory of maximum density, that's what that would do, is we would be creating great big open spaces for people to walk, because if you look at just the layout, it's going to be difficult to have one area where everyone can walk. Now, with trails, what we're doing is obviously the sidewalks, that's walkability. But from hotel, we've got to be able to have people staying at the hotel to be able to walk down through and get down to the training facility. So we'll probably put a same jogging trail that's like on Academy Parkway and up Real Vista Drive, that'll have the same ability to walk down through that. But it's got to meander, and that's going to be difficult because this thing drops 60 feet from one side to the other.
It'll
You can't
meander
just stretch
quickly meander.
It would quickly meander.
So maybe just tighten up that language a little bit.
Yeah.
About what that means, and then maybe an
It's
exhibit.
really loose.
An exhibit maybe that shows
And I
where
feel
the
like,
connections
I
are.
agree with the walkability after seeing Center Cal come together and seeing how it doesn't walk.
Right.
That I think is key and integral to.
So let me ask, how would you propose to make it more walkable? Because it's easy to, throw out, I want it to be more walkable. We've got sidewalks along every single street that we have. You have minimized asphalt, so we got a parking structure. What else would you do to that to make it more walkable?
And maybe what I'm seeing is, because you've studied this map longer than I have, where I'm looking at it for 30 seconds, to be honest. I'm not really seeing a highlight of walkable paths. I'm seeing little teeny, I can see the sidewalks, that's pretty much it. So that I guess is where I'm saying, I don't know right now, but I don't see what I would have expected.
I'll tell you for me in walkability, because I guess some people have the concept of walking in the middle and walking there, and that's not necessarily walkability for me for bringing in a bigger picture of it. Yes, you have sidewalks to get from building A to building B and everything else, and you're going to be able to get everywhere you need to go, but it's that meandering you mentioned. If that's going to happen, like you mentioned from the hotel getting up to Real Salt Lake, I almost look at it as a trail that goes around the whole thing. And you have the grass that surrounds it, and it goes all the way around, and it's a meandering trail that goes. And I know there's slopes and different problems,
that's great on that slope,
which
not
may
good.
affect it. And I don't know all those details, which have to be talked about. But my thought process is more that provides the leisure experience when they want that. Like when they go, like Thanksgiving Point, it's not huge areas. They walk through a parking lot, and then they walk through the gardens. It's just an area that allows this meandering, and that's where it's you guys really with your vision and working with the city to provide it. But with this language, it scares me that it's going to be a lot of work to find out how to do this well. So we should do it, but we're probably not going to. That's the only thing that makes me worried with the language, with how it's worded.
It's we should do it, and we'll do it where we can. And really
I'm
what it
okay
comes
with
down
that
to
if it's
is
implemented in areas
Yeah.
where it can be used, and that's where my thought process came.
aside from the roads having sidewalks, if you were to create walkability, to answer the question that I had asked Adam, throughout this project, you're literally cutting down through the retaining walls. Now, to cut down through the retaining walls, you can't just do one slope, you have to do an ADA ramp as well too. So now you're doing this through a retaining wall that literally just stepped down. You gotta create something. It's not feasible. So what we've done is tried to create the roads to where they have slopes that were congruent to the ADA, to where sidewalks also met ADA, which creates the walkability that we have the option for. So after we did study this for a long time, ultimately that's what we had found out is topo is our biggest issue with just creating trails going anywhere throughout this project. And I think what we had done is we were actually making huge cuts to this and putting in big retaining walls so that we can make the sidewalks all be walkable with ADA compliance as well too. Yeah.
John, question. Maybe you had somebody else.
Hold on, Clint.
I was just going to say, I concur with everything that's been said, but obviously site plan versus your landscape plan and those things, I would just say that once we get to that point, tighten up the language a little bit in there and where possible. Because I think we all understand, or are beginning to understand, obviously, the difficulties with the topo of the site. But I think, as was mentioned for, I think it was the professional office space, that's going to have that well there with this, that light well, and the leisure space behind there. Again, I think that's the area where you can really call out the amenities that are in there that allow for a little bit more of that leisure experience outside of the buildings. And I think that's really what I would be looking for, is that stuff to be called out in that landscape plan. And and show how, again, we see the roads, we see the sidewalks that go along with it, but we realize that those are gonna tie into some of those other amenities, and we wanna be able to see those called out at some point.
Correct, yeah, I agree.
I think one of the challenges, and correct me if I'm wrong here, John, I'm assuming that most of these pads are really oriented towards these parking fields. That what's happening here is that this is the edge of a building, this is the back of a building, this is the back of a building. And so all of your areas where you're working really hard to create sidewalks, you're actually not creating active spaces along these sidewalks. I love a lot of the images that you had in your presentation tonight. You had buildings that were really focused on really high quality, walkable urban areas. And I just don't see this site plan really achieving some of those visions that you were showing. It almost seems like what we need to do is maybe come back in here and try and build some walkability. This is where you're really concentrating your activity. I mean, this is great, but
That's
I
the
think
back
we're
of the building.
breaking down maybe what's happening inside each one of these.
Yeah, Mike, that's Michael, that's kind of what I was thinking with like where it says I would assume it's your grocery store, lot 360, whatever. Like, there isn't a way to walk to the store without walking through the parking lot. There is no physical means. You got me to the front of it, but we would be having people walk through the parking lot to get to the store. And to me, that's kind of counter to how you would actually describe a walkable project. And that's what I think Center Cal is missing right now. If you go look at that project, is the walkability is not there. That's why you
To get to
in your
every
car.
different store, you walk through the middle of a parking lot. It's not a very good walking experience. It's not walkable.
It's almost like you need the retaining walls inverse, like Michael.
You're going to get in your car and you're going to drive to the next store because it's not walkable. That's how bad it is.
And even though you're providing sidewalks on the roadways, I don't know, maybe road B, creating some type of transition, like two one-way roads with a landscape in the center that's a little bit elevated. I don't know, but that I think is what's missing, is you have the sidewalks, which just get you to A to B. They don't really make it feel like it's walkable.
And I think another example, if you go to the district where they have the movie theater, you can go way out in the parking lot and they still have that walkable sidewalk that has trees on both sides that provides all the way through the entire parking lot, which is a different experience that makes it a little more walkable feel. When some of these other commercial developments don't have a walkable feel, even like that when you go through the parking lots. I'm walking between 15 cars and 20 cars and 30 cars to get there. And so I don't know if
understand the theory of walking to a grocery store. Help me understand this. Does anybody here walk to a grocery store expecting to walk back with bags? Okay, we got one. Odds are we're gonna have one. A grocery store is a different place to walk to.
But that's the goal, right? The goal of our
So the
master
grocery
plan
store
is
is not always gonna have a component of walkability because by nature, people are gonna drive there and put groceries in their car,
You're picking the one issue. I'm saying there's many other of these buildings that I don't think you can walk to, that I've seen.
We'll let the civil engineer address the civil engineer.
Can I address real quick? The upper part of this project is on its own elevation. It's kind of a terrace in and of itself. So this roadway, and this parking, and this pad are all on an upper. And this area up here really is more so drivable. I mean, these destinations, most people will drive to work. Most people will drive to this hotel. Most people will drive to this thing and take away all their groceries. Some will walk, but most will drive. And again, this residential, most will drive. But this area all down through here, all along Academy, and all along Autumn Crest, this is going to be kind of a parkway. This has an 8-foot wide bike path. It'll have rich landscaping all along here. And there'll be accesses up into this lower elevation all along here. And this will have outdoor dining on these corners. We'll have outdoor dining here. This area right here is dedicated for a larger outdoor amenity and plaza. And there's a lot of green right here that we have in mind to do some other things. And this whole I'll take the blame for drawing this sidewalk so straight. This thing's going to meander and have creative landscaping all along it. So when you go from hotel, for example, down to eat dinner, We'll have a meandering walk, it'll be landscaped like was described here, where you go kind of a tree-lined or a landscape-lined dedicated walkway. They could take you from hotel down through this is very wide, all the way down to wherever you're gonna eat dinner. So again, up here is more so drivable, and down here is more so walkable, and we can show you how.
For me, that really helps. That was really what my question was, and he did a good job of answering it. And then with just the open space development, I think it's tightening up the language. To be honest, I think you probably have most of the components of what I'd like to see. It's just so vague, it's hard to feel like we're gonna get something.
We have two.
Does that make sense?
We have two work sessions. We kind of have two, we're hoping to have two work sessions with Planning Commission and one with City Council, similar to this, where we can pound out some ideas, right? And get it to where you want it.
That'd be great. But that really helped me, by the way.
Yeah, we're gonna have, like I said, a work meeting next week, because you just got these guidelines, right? So, I mean, so we'll have them come back next week in the work meeting with you guys to go through in more detail, and we'll have to make some changes in the meantime.
So this isn't anything, these guys do a really good job of really diving into these and protecting the city, really, to make sure. But I guess I believe that we are getting something from this development. I think that we're getting a lot from this development. We're getting huge opportunity for some more tax base and economic development in our city and jobs in our city.
Correct.
So I think that we're getting a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's difficult to compare it at all to the district or Center Cal, because you're dealing with a flat piece of property, and you guys are not dealing with a flat piece of property. You're dealing with a lot of topo problems and issues that you're trying to address, and just like you said, you can't just do some stairs down those, because we have other regulations for good reason that we have to address and make sure that all people can meander down those types of things. So it makes it way more difficult. So I appreciate that. I just want to plug that in there, that I appreciate the effort that's going into this. I also appreciate the comments that were made about trying to reach the standards we have now versus just relying on the 08 standards and going with that, putting a lot of thought and effort into complying with what our standards are now, because they are put in for a reason. So just would thank you for those types of things. And again, these guys do a great job of holding you to whatever we can hold you to. So I appreciate your comments also, that I appreciate that we are getting a lot, even if we don't get a park or those kinds of things. The purpose of this is to really bring some economic development to our city.
I think we need to look at it.
We see the need of the community in Harriman. This is different than going to some of the other examples that were put up, before us that show that there are other cities that have a wide variety of tax base. And then you may want to be a little more particular in what you're getting, because now you're trying to diversify. You only have so much commercial land in Harriman, and it's not going to keep growing, right? So in order to help offset your tax situation, in a sense, we want to try to create the best bang for your buck in this commercial project. And otherwise, it's really easy to build big seas of asphalt. I mean, that's really easy to do. And I'd love to show you what a picture would look like of this project without that theory in mind of maximizing this, doing parking structures, and just great big asphalts. It's not what we would recommend. We wouldn't be doing what we feel is right for the community of Harriman, and we have a vested interest in it, to build a project that is going to maximize that tax revenue for this city. So we're hoping that we're putting together something that is achieving and balancing all of these complicated issues to where you're still getting a very viable project that is developing something for the city that hits a lot of different angles. I mean, that's our goal.
Yeah, and I think the other aspect of that too is that the ownership portion of it. You guys aren't getting there, building something, and then walking away.
Nope.
Because you're gonna have to have something that looks good, feels good, to keep your tenants in there.
Correct.
So I think that's another component that's, you have a lot of skin in the game where that's concerned.
A lot, yes. Yeah. We have a lot of investors very excited about this project. So.
Is there a development agreement that ties it, just because we haven't seen it, that will tie that they can't sell it?
I don't know.
That's my only question.
That's a good question.
I was just curious. Not that you're not going to sell it, I just.
No.
That
Great
would make
question.
sense to, if there is that much skin in the game, to tie that to the game.
You put a note.
To keep the skin?
When it's fully leased or when it's partially leased? Right, it's fully leased or partially leased.
All right.
Different asset.
Are there any more questions?
These guys are gonna push you as hard as they can.
I know
They said it's a good thing.
I just,
That's their job.
just from past experience, we noticed that we usually find a happy medium, but we like it to be written down, so when it comes out, it's what we expected.
Yeah.
That's usually what it comes down to.
And I totally understand, and trust me, when we wrote these guidelines, we knew that we were bringing something that was probably a little bit more loose than you'd like to see from a one-off developer bringing it into you and saying, hey, we want to have all this flexibility. We just dumped $100 million across the street. We have a vested interest in this thing. We're not going anywhere. We're going to try to make sure this thing is sustainable. And let me remind you, like, we can't challenge Santa Kyle down the street, right? We're not going after these national tenants. Our per square foot rent's going to be the same as their cams, right? For this to be successful, we've got to make sure that we are targeting the right tenants for this, so that it is fully leased and you guys are maximizing your tax benefits. So we think we're on track with that.
I think for the long term, it'd be more beneficial anyway.
Yeah, I really agree. But we're open for the dialogue, we're open for the questions, we're here to work with you so that you can suggest anything you want to, and we'll go back and forth with it. So, appreciate it. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Okay, this will be on your guys' work meeting next week.
We're excited.
Council, it'll be on everybody's
Sounds fun.
meeting for probably the next 2 months, so.
All right. Thank you so much for making it. Thank you. Let's move on to item 2.4, which is the discussion of the proposed Mountain Ridge development located at 140 South Sentinel Ridge Boulevard. I will turn the time over to Mike, city staff. Is this you, Michael, to start? Oh, Brent? Okay. Your enthusiasm is what
Festive. So again, this one is similar. We have seen this several times. I'll go through kind of the history timeline, where we've been and where we're going. This is the property again south of 134, north of the new high school. We all know where we are. We have seen this again in several meetings. I won't go through all of these, but again, the planning commission has had them in work meetings, the council has also discussed it. They've had DRC staff, they've had 2 neighborhood meetings, because again, let's remember their application is for a general plan amendment, a rezone to R210 on a portion of the property, and then the plan development overlay zone. So it's really 3 different applications. So they've had 2 different neighborhood meetings, and again, multiple planning commission and city council meetings. Work meetings. They have not had a public hearing yet with the planning commission. That would be their next step. Again, I'll go through these quickly. There have been numerous changes to the site plan over time. So I'll just quickly kind of go through these. You can kind of see how the evolution of the plan as things moved. Churches have moved, single families have moved, parks have been added. This was the first one that was shown at the neighborhood meeting in August. And then at the second neighborhood meeting, the biggest switch there was the movement of the church, which is one thing the residents had really talked about. And again, this is really kind of where the plan is at this stage. Again, I think all of you have seen some of the renderings before that just kind of show how it lays out with the slip roads, the open space. Again, the slip roads on Sentinel Ridge.
All the houses can be white.
All white buildings, no.
I really wanted to simplify the design guidelines here.
So again, this is really where the plan is now. There's still been some minor movement, but this is really the plan we're talking about. They have design guidelines. We can pass these out. Again, these are drafts. And I will point out, again, because the site plan has still been changing, The site plan is exhibits in the back, so they're not gonna be entirely accurate, so they're more placeholders when the site plan gets nailed down, but it's to give you an idea. The applicant is here and is willing and able to go through the design guidelines and some of those details with you if you would like. If we want to do that?
Yeah.
Yes?
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Ready?
My name's Steve Maddox. I want to introduce two people. Dan McKay, his boss is here tonight, Steve Romney, who is president of SLR, who expressed earlier that he was done with the previous item and had his phone doing some noises. So that was him. Also, for the patience of the group, he said his admiration goes out to them. So I'm going to do a quick flyover. Prior to doing that, I want to address a couple of items here and thank everybody for being here tonight, because this is not where everybody wants to be. I think tonight our stewardship is the residents of Harriman, residents of Riverton, Sellers, Edge Homes, trying to bring everybody together in solution to what is in front of us. One of the items that has been at the topic of conversation is a portion of the property that I want to address tonight that the school board currently owns. And then wanted to address one of the other items that Steve had brought to our attention early on. And that was when we walked into SLR, the charge that we were given was exactly what was presented earlier, which is these are the objectives of SLR and what we would like to meet. And a lot of it was community outreach and a price differential for those of economic success and those that are struggling to put meat on the table. And so when we began to design this and hiring an outside firm, Loci, to come in and do the design, we were looking at this from a global and holistic perspective of what can we do to be all-inclusive with maintaining the objectives of the city of Harriman. The property has gone through many iterations of general plans, zoning, and I think that has created some emotion within the seller, within the city. We have had discussions that have gone back 12 years with individuals at a staff level, at a city council level, at a planning commission level, of things that maybe could have done differently, could have been done differently, should have been done differently. We've talked about what historically should have been done, handshake deals, backroom deals. I think everything that could have been discussed has been purged and is out on the table at this point. And the final word from Mr. Romney is he wants to make sure that this project works for everybody and move forward in what we're presenting. So what you'll see tonight, what you'll hear tonight, is in an effort to do so. I guess I have control tonight, Brent. Thank you. I want to just quickly reference once again the delineation line between Riverton and Harriman will be 138th. The right-of-way for connectivity to and through 138 through Bluffdale has been secured by the city of Riverton. That will be a joint project road between the city of Riverton and Harriman, jointly owned and jointly maintained. And that is essentially what we're talking about tonight, is the Harriman portion. This is the projected layout that we have. One of the objectives that we tried to figure out with the Jordan School District was the rumors that we had heard that there is no way that they are going to ever build a junior high here. I met with Scott Thomas and his board. I was told that they are building here unless somebody at the city of Harriman, Bluffdale, or Riverton can get him a more level site and a less expensive site. This is where they plan on building. I know staff met with them yesterday to have additional conversation. We have laid this out as if this is going to be a school site and going to be a junior school site and going to be built in the next 3 to 5 years is what we were being told. We tried to pick parcels that would be appropriate for parks. We met with the Parks Department of Harriman. We met with the Parks Department of Riverton. We did not want to have a redundancy of open space amenities, and we wanted to have connectivity to and through our community, through Riverton City. These are just samples of the single-family homes. One of the items that has not been discussed and probably isn't proper to be discussed tonight, but I'm going to discuss it, is a price range of product. And I think it's probably something that should be addressed. The price point that we have represented to SLR that we would be trying to maintain is housing from about $225,000 to about $850,000 in that range. And the diversity of product would be a mix that was a percentage of each product line, and there would be differential even in the single-family homes. But the key component and the items that Mr. Romney had charged us with is figure out how to make the boulevard less of a boulevard and more of a neighborhood. And we argued profusely with typical setbacks. We argued with stone walls. We argued with let's have a farm theme. We argued with let's create so much green space along there that nobody can use and mow it in perpetuity and water it. And then we saw the site plan for Saratoga's temple site that SLR was involved in, which created this slip road, which is essentially a road within a road to calm traffic, to create housing fronting the boulevard, to slow and calm, and to create a community environment. It was a concession that SLR and Edge Homes will be participating in financially, and something that we think will be an enhancement that we have seen and thoroughly like. Bren went through this quickly. This would be moving people to and through. There was a lengthy discussion about walkability. This creates the ultimate walkability. The concern at the neighborhood meeting was the safety of the children. In a typical scenario, you would have snow buildup on a major road with sidewalks. Children would be walking in the street because the residential homes would not walk around a block to snowplow in most neighborhoods. This is a street that exists in Draper. Maybe the chief can explain this better as to the proximity. And this is a stark contrast of what a slip road looks like, feels like, and operates versus a traditional road, which essentially leaves the obligation of the homeowner who owns the lot to the rear and the sidewalk to maintain snow removal, which creates in our minds a major safety issue. So this is a road that looks to be about 15 years old and operates and functions as we have intended it to function. This is a detail that I have been chastised by 2 council members of Riverton for not even presenting what I'm presenting tonight and have not presented to Planning Commission and or City Council. One of the questions that we were asked is why we are holding density to where we're holding it at in Riverton. I can't say that that is a self-disciplined action of myself. That is a self-discipline of SLR that has essentially said, this is what we would like to maintain currently. There's a master development agreement that is in place within the city of Riverton that I believe now entitles them to 4,100 units on their entire project. We were greeted friendly by Mr. Lethbridge and staff at Riverton City that have asked us politely to consider significantly increasing our density. We had conversations with SLR. We had conversations specifically with Mr. Romney, who has asked us to maintain the integrity of what we have here and present this to the fine folks of Harriman City for their consideration. One of the concessions that I have asked SLR for is that as part of our agreement, if we can come to a resolution as to what we are doing on the Harriman portion, is that we would hold and maintain and tie the density and the product and the development that we are doing in Riverton. And in a way empowering Planning Commission and City Council of Harriman to somewhat restrict what we are even able to do on the Riverton portion. I have called 137 individuals that I built homes for in the city of Harriman. And I asked them maybe leading questions as to their frustrations. And I don't know that it was all, we don't want attached, we don't like attached, we don't like the people in attached, we don't like that type of people. It was, we're tired of waiting at stoplights, and we're tired of being queued up, and we're tired of traffic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is a way of controlling some of the density. We know that we abut a future freeway. Mountain View Corridor will be the frontage road, and we think that this is a super responsible density for this area, and particularly when we roll this in. The question was asked by a few council members as to what our overall projected density is, and we are right at the 7 per acre in both municipalities, with a acre for acre open space and acre for acre park, acre for acre dollar assessment in what we will be doing in both municipalities. I was tasked by staff to approach our fine friends at Riverton City to figure out how we can get stormwater from essentially all of Rosecrest through SLR's property here in Harriman, and then through Riverton City. And so I met with staff at Riverton City, and I met with Trent, the mayor, and they adjourned for a few minutes and then came back and said we would be willing to do it, but this is what we're proposing, which is a boundary line adjustment. We will take on all of the expenses of stormwater. We will take on all the expenses of Sentinel Ridge. And I was embarrassed to come back to staff, but I did. And I said, this is something that they would like you to consider. And I don't believe it made its way back to Planning Commission out of fear, or to City Council out of fear. But this was their solution to be able to handle stormwater. I have consequently gone back. We have verbally come to an agreement as to how and where we will maintain and handle the stormwater. I wanted to show 3 of aerials that are in the Rosecrest area of basins that currently exist that we can reclaim. We can turn into open space parks as they were meant to be and laid out originally, that today sit in dormant, in my opinion, that can be turned into usable, functioning parks that would add an addition to the adjoining communities. This is essentially what our plan would be, which would be a storm drain collection outfall. I have presented the financial model to Blake. I presented it to City Council. The numbers are deemed, in my opinion, unreliable, just based on the fact that we don't have all of the details. So they are as reliable as the information that we have been given. The expense is significant. It ranges between about $4 and $5 million on the overall project. It's significant in nature. The pipe that would house the water and take it to where it needs to be is a 60-inch pipe that will span the distance of the entire SLR project. I want to go back to the reason that we believe that the storm drain can become an asset to both communities. And along and flanking the canal, we have created a walkable, usable trail. One of the items that I want to point out in both communities is that it's a single fronted road along there. So all of that park and open space will be open to the public. There will not be backyards that will box in these parks. This is a significant contribution to the society of those that live there for safety of the children and more eyes and more people watching the trail. This will be an area that will connect city to city. One of the tasks that Steve had given me early on was to make sure that there was not a disconnect between communities, that there was a connection, that the roads connected, that the badging connected, that it was seamless in what we were doing in product type, mix, and diversity, and that we did not select a city that would benefit from one amenity or another, or product or mixing, and or churches. So this is our attempt at creating a very cohesive community based without geographical diversification. One of the items that came up in discussion was a small community out west that is in question of density that seems to make most of the headlines. And it was suggested that perhaps SLR could consider moving from their master development agreement 275 units. This is a very crude attempt with Hales Engineering. We took essentially what the impact of cars would be with 275 units at a trip count that's at a state level and ran by Blake. Essentially, those 270 units would create 2,352 vehicles per day that essentially have 2 outlets that I would propose would specifically be moving to the east, and that's what we ran this analysis on. What we are proposing is that the 270 units would be moved from the development agreement that is currently in place for Creek Ridge, and those units would be transferred as a density count to what we are proposing this evening. Our thought process in doing this is that the residents that would live along those corridors and the traffic that is generated on 126th and 118th could be moved to that area. The concern, of course, is we're creating density in this area. We are putting more residents in this area. Our thought is they are going to be there when those 300 units are built. Traffic is migrating to the east. So this was the last proposal that we had discussed with staff and are presenting to you for your consideration this evening. In a nutshell, those are the items that we need direction on. Bryn has done an amazing job creating a Halloween theme. So our Halloween wish tonight, SLR, Steve Maddox, is that we can have positive feedback. I asked Mr. Henderson in the hallway, I said, what are we going to accomplish tonight? And he said, well, I hope we get direction from Planning Commission. And when we were at Planning Commission, in a work session, it was said by Planning Commission, I hope we can get some direction from City Council. I think that there are items that we have vetted. I think that there are very suitable solutions to those concerns. I think that this has become ground zero for some of the discussions, and I think we've come up with solutions that are reasonable, and would just ask if we could have spirited or non-spirited debate this evening and or discussion, and we would like to sit and be good stewards of listening to feedback, positive or negative, in order to move this forward so that we can make movement. I have held off Riverton City for almost a year on making a proposal, but have a verbal commitment to them that we will be in with a subdivision approval headed within the month of November. So I am sitting somewhat in a situation that I need help in which direction to go. So thank you for your consideration and time this evening.
We move it back to the.
Back to the.
Which one?
The very pretty one at the beginning. One back. Oh, sorry. The other way.
There.
Leave it there?
Thank you, Steve. Now, I think there's a couple things we need to talk about, and I want to start off actually, and I appreciate the developer sharing with us the proposed plans, but I think we need to take one step back as a planning commission and the city council and look at the perspective of we have not decided on changing this from the current general plan and rezoning it. And we need to talk about that first, because we need to look at it from the perspective of what does the city need from parks, commercial, which there is a portion of this development that is currently zoned commercial outside of just the school district.
General plan.
General plan, sorry. Types of housing, and then the traffic flow. And I think that's where we need to start. Probably is a lot of thoughts, I hope. But before we decide on is this a good development, it's probably the question is what does our city need here and overall.
Can I ask a question that actually takes us back even a little bit further?
Sure.
Just to give, I think, to find out, make sure we all understand the history. And it's probably a question actually for either Mr. Romney or Dan, one of the two. But, you know, one of the things that was brought up in this was the fact that there is a master development agreement in place on the Riverton side that has entitlements that come with it. And and I'm not even sure when that master development agreement was put in place, probably with all of the Mountain View Center Cal project. Is that correct? So, but the Harriman property that's encompassed in that, with the exception of a small piece of it that falls under the Rosecrest, there is no master development agreement on where, you know, when that disconnected from Bluffdale as part of that whole disconnect and came into our city, everything with the exception of this piece, to my understanding, you got Wasatch that was in there, you had, and Rosecrest, which I think were the major two, a couple other little pieces in there, but everything at the time of the disconnect that came into the city had no MDA, or had an MDA on it. This one did not, which honestly, for good or bad, take your pick on that. If it had at the time that everything else did, I guess followed kind of along the lines of the other one and put an MDA in place, that those entitlements would be there, and we'd be having actually a much different conversation right now than we currently are. But I guess my question is back to that time, which was, I can't even remember the timing of that. I guess why was there no MDA put in place at the time of the disconnect and then the annexation in the city? And I know that there were other things in play there with the dedication of property for Mountain View. But either way, yeah. But I think I want to be able to understand.
Can you go up to the mic?
I want to be able to understand all of the history that leads us up to then, I think, your question, which is what's appropriate, and I guess what do we think is appropriate for the general plan in this area?
So Chief, if you don't mind, let me restate the question. And the question was, when 3,700 plus acres were annexed from Bluffdale, or de-annexed from Bluffdale, and then, or disconnected, I guess is the legal word, disconnected from Bluffdale, and then 3,700 plus acres were annexed into Harriman. Why wasn't this property included as part of the development agreement?
And I know we know your name, but we just stated.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm Dan McKay. I don't have enough gray hair to be Mr. McKay, though. We'll save that for Mr. Romney in the back there. So my involvement in the property started in 2008, and so it was just after the disconnect and right before the annexation. And so at that time, Harriman City and Wasatch, or sorry, not Wasatch at the time, it was DAI, and Rosecrest Communities and Kennecott came to our offices and asked the church if we would be willing to donate ground for the Mountain View Corridor. And by getting the donation for Mountain View Corridor, it would help move the state's priority from starting in the north, from I-80 going south, and instead it would flip the priority and make the priority go from south to north. Mayor Crane at the time felt like that was an essential transportation infrastructure that was needed, and the state had the money to start. And so with that funding mechanism, you realize, and even to this day, Mountain View Corridor does not go north of 4100 North yet. It's under construction, but it still doesn't connect all the way to I-80. If you think back, if we were in the same situation and it was like mileage, Mountain View Corridor would stop at about 118th south from where it is now, and would not go any further until, again, waiting for funding. Fortunately, Mayor Crane was successful in convincing our management that there were a lot of benefits for the community, there were a lot of benefits for the property, and there were all those things. At the time, it was asked if we wanted a development agreement or if it was something that, you know, was part of the conversation. And at the time, our management said, well, you know, do we need one? And at the time, the sentiment was that you came in, you know, you're coming in with the Rosecrest project and with the DAI project, there's no problem. You're going to get something, you know, there's going to be something similar as far as a density standpoint. You're near a major transportation corridor. You're going to be near some of those things. It's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be that big of an issue. We'll work it out. That's kind of the sentiment. And we kind of had a history of kind of working through issues like that. The property that we're on now is former church farm and was developed as part of the Harriman Town Center, which was done at the request. Mayor Crane and Brett, if I remember right, was in our office and made the request that we be willing to sell this part of the farm so that there be some commercial development and there be some additional housing stock and some of those things as Mountain View Corridor was coming in. And all of those considerations were kind of put in there. I guess this is a really long way, Councilman, of just saying the idea was that the church at the time didn't feel, or at least our management at the time, didn't feel like a development agreement was needed with our relationship with Harriman. We had this, you know, back and forth where everything was, you know, kind of working out. We saw what was being developed in Rosecrest and was approved in Rosecrest, and I think at those times those were all very kind of informative from a background standpoint, if that is helpful.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I think, again, if you did, I guess, taking a different position back at the time the land donation was made and the disconnect, and then the annexation was made, and you know, we'd be having a much different conversation right now because entitlements would already be in place versus what we have right adjacent to it with the Rosecrest MDA and now obviously an MDA on the Riverton side, and now we're left with this piece in the middle. And again, trying to make the right decision of how does that fit in with the other development that's happened in there without having some of that, I guess, some of those decisions or that guidance already in place from an MDA that was put in place some time ago. So I wanted to make sure everyone had that, myself primarily, had the understanding of how we got from way back there time-wise in the disconnect, all of those things that took place to today and looking at this piece of property.
And there was also a thought, and I'll just add this too, there was also a thought that Sorensen's would be potentially one of the developers of the property. And they had in their development agreement, they have the ability to add ground to that development agreement. And it was specifically, I think, added, not because they didn't really add much from what they brought in from the original project. But it was brought in so that if they did do the SLR, or if they did do additional development north on the church's 287 acres up to 134 south, that, you know, that it would be easy to add that into the Rosecrest, you know, agreement, and some of those decisions and design guidelines would have already been decided, that kind of thing. And I'll also say, we have a tradition, at least in our organization, we like to be value-add partners, right? And so communities come and they're asking the organization for one reason or another if we can contribute to a specific project or a specific need. I can think of a cultural center that we've recently donated some right-of-way to. And, you know, you look at the Salt Lake City, the Salt Palace was built on property that was owned by the church and leased back to the city or to the county for $1 a year until the county finally just decided to buy the property from us at like a 20-year-ago value. And it is consistent with the tradition of our organization, which is there's always a value-add component, and we tend to focus on those value-add components, and, you know, some call them exactions or whatever they might be. But when you come in for a development, we all know everybody is looking for, you know, what is this developer offering to the community, right? And how is this, you know, adding value, doing something different, that kind of thing. And it is easy with an organization with as long a memory as ours is at times, it is easy to look and ask, you know, what have they done lately, right? And I would just highlight, you know, our organization has felt like, and we still feel this way today, that we have a long-standing relationship with the city of Harriman, and we look forward to continuing to work together in a lot of ways that add value to the community. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
So for me, this makes sense. I'll be honest. Puts the the number of the density units down here where you would want them to be. Out west is not where we've ever. If it solves the drainage issue and it meets that, I don't see it lose. To be honest, I'm struggling why it fits that area. We all know below Mountain View has been denser than we've ever thought. Commercially, if we go to that commercial discussion, anybody that was in the meeting, Chris and I said we should not put commercial at this spot because of what Center Cal has and what we want to focus in other areas. I get that we don't want to give up commercial, but just having it there doesn't mean we're going to give it.
I guess I just strongly disagree with that statement. I've just talked to too many commercial developers the last few weeks that have absolutely said this is a viable piece. Now, I've also, we've been reaching out to Jordan School District, and what we'd really like to do is have a meeting with the SLR board just to present some of the different options and the things that we've discussed. Because the most viable piece is where the junior high sits, because it is right on the corner, right in, right out. There's visibility and things like that.
Fair there.
Now the school district understands the very high value of this property. Now, this used to be farm, right? And to me, farm is very high value, but unfortunately, it doesn't convert anymore. And so what ends up happening is we end up selling farm ground because it's no longer economical to farm it because of the price of the land. Well, why would we want to put a school on something that has very, very high commercial value? Why wouldn't we try and work with SLR and shift the school onto the next piece so it's not right on the corner, right? Let's see if we can find a more viable place for the middle school and preserve the commercial there. That makes sense to me. It makes sense to the school district. They're willing to consider that. They are a little bit irritated about some elementary stuff, so they want to make sure that they get made whole, or it's a good deal for them. But they're willing to discuss that. So I would like to have that discussion with the SLR board and to say, is that a possibility for them? Because we need commercial development here, and I just disagree. Anytime you can have it on along a major infrastructure and visibility from that kind of thing, it makes it commercial viable.
I agree with you, except for 138 will never support the transportation like some of these other bigger roads would. That's why I don't think it is along the frontage. You can go right in, right out. But
Well-
I just don't see, for me, it's personal, it's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. I don't see it being a value added, because I think it'll be a grocery store, and that's not gonna give us the tax base that you're really asking for. I would rather invest it in other areas and focus and build what's right, like what's been proposed with the development earlier with the hotel and things like that.
But what other areas?
You have the auto mall,
Yeah, the auto mall.
the auto mall and the entire area up there. I mean,
The auto mall is what we have right there. So
Correct.
what else do you have that's potentially a good commercial development besides the auto mall?
down where we've been talking about forcing all of the discussion down around Mountain View as it extends to the west towards Camp Williams and
Port Rockwell.
Port Rockwell is the road I was thinking of, and Redwood Road. Those areas are where we should be focused, in my opinion. And that's why I'm just saying why my recommendation, I know the council changed that, was to not put commercial here.
Yeah.
What's your definition of commercial?
Huh?
What's your definition of commercial?
To me, is viable commercial would be, I think if you call that commercial, I think you're gonna get a bunch of office buildings. I don't think you're getting anything else.
So we have job centers if we have office buildings.
Balance the community, provide a different tax base.
I hear your points. I don't agree with them, but I hear your points.
I also believe that we also get commercial tax revenue off of commercial appraised property versus residential cost that we get from residential. So it just changes the component there substantially. And we just heard about jobs. That helps with the transportation issue. If there's a job center there versus everybody having to leave, now we're creating some jobs in the community. Those are the things that we need. We need jobs. We need some commercial. Even if we don't get a tax base there, we have a tax base because it's a commercially taxed piece of property. Our police
So you two are
department.
contending not true commercial, we're talking more office common.
Well, true commercial,
Which isn't true commercial.
that's subjective. It is true commercial. Are you talking about a big box store? Almost none of them exist anymore.
Agreed.
And so we can't
Which is
just.
why it slowed us down so much, because we were focused on that, right?
Right, exactly. And so we can't focus on that. We can't say, we gotta hold this until a Target comes in here. Okay? We have, but not say that we wouldn't welcome that, but maybe the ride-in, ride-out won't support that, right? Good traffic studies will let us know that.
Part of the discussion, as I see it, is how, that does have an influence on how well this turns out, is what Riverton's doing. And so, which still baffles me that Riverton's putting a couple space for dental offices along 134th, but I don't know if anybody knows why Riverton's going with residential. What's that?
That's a problem, Bill. Safe to say.
What do you mean?
I missed the question. The corner on 134.
Well, I'm wondering why they're going with commercial only from the canal over. I mean, they're putting space for a couple dental offices is all they're leaving.
I believe it's because they want this density to support what they're doing on the other side.
I think exactly.
They want the housing to support what's happening.
Yes, and not only do they want that, they want more than what's being shown right here.
That's why
More commercial?
No, they want.
Right, and that's what's baffling me, is why are they doing residential when they could do more commercial?
No,
Because they have the commercial.
They need the residential.
Well, they've already got all our residents going and supporting their space.
I don't think.
But here's the thing, is they're not looking at what we're doing. They're looking at what they're doing and what their MDA, and that encompasses this whole area, how that was written
I
out.
disagree with that. Riverton is looking over what we're doing. We've opened up conversation. There is an opportunity to work together.
No, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in terms of the MDA that they put in place in this area for that property, this residential, and I guess Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but this residential was specifically put in place to support the commercial that was part of this whole MDA. Again, I know that they're looking at what we're doing because they're absolutely,
That's true.
they're absolutely expecting us.
What corner are you referencing? Well, I'll walk up to the dental office.
It's 130.
Have you got, can I have the laser, Mike?
Yes.
Okay, so, again, Dan McKay, you guys asking great questions.
So really, it's this whole
Can I
area
just say,
here.
yeah, can I just say, I'm grateful that you guys are asking this question because, you know, the hardest part about doing a project in two cities is trying to execute one vision in two cities with multiple councils and multiple, you know what I mean? So I really appreciate you guys asking these questions about, you know, the Riverton component, because even though there's a border there, the landowner, we just have one property, right? And there's a border, so there's that. Up here, you can see on the map that there are 4 out parcels. One used to be a 2-acre just vacant lot. And then there are 3 houses that are right here. These 3 houses right here are adjacent to the Rose Creek Channel. And the Rose Creek Channel, only at its deepest spot, we're relocating the depths of the channel right now so that it will be 600 feet off of, or sorry, 300 feet off of the front of 134 South. That depth right there is a magical depth to get, like, you know, pad users, that kind of thing on that frontage. But Rose Creek Channel is a really hard geographic element to deal with. We had in the very beginning when we first started envisioning this property, we did a bunch of market studies and did a bunch of market analysis on what these 3 corners that we control on Mountain View and 134 South could be. We had to then revise it because the Army Corps came in and said, hey, the max we're going to allow you, you know, you're not allowed to actually decrease the linear footage of the channel. Okay? For those of you that we don't have an old aerial here, but this used to be a huge pivot that took up this space right here when it was being farmed by the Hamilton family long ago. And amazingly and almost miraculously, the length of this channel followed the borders of the pivot. And according to the Army Corps of Engineers, that's naturally occurring. That said, and despite the fact that we showed them aerial photography that didn't support that, they said we had to stick to the linear footage that is in the channel. Which meant, because originally we were going to do here and do some other things to try and create, you know, some amenity to get to here for the storm drain. And it also, you know, helped shorten up the run for some of the storm drain issues we have up on Rosecrest. But when the Army Corps said that, we had to then just look at minor revision to the map right here. And what that did is it really kind of took this corridor along here and really kind of changed its dynamic from what it can be to what it's going to be left with because of the physical constraints. The dental offices was not our preference, but at the same time, we weren't terribly interested in acquiring the dental office ground when it was available either. So, does that help?
Somewhat, because and it is a physical restraint having the having the river or having the channel through here. I think of like the Fort Union Office Park that has the river running right through the middle of it. And I keep thinking you could have commercial on both sides and then connect it around into our commercial so that we get a lot more commercial viable area.
Well, let's remember very clearly that that's Riverton City.
It is. It is.
And as
It's
much
their
as
property,
we
but it's
would love
yeah.
that. They've already basically approved this through their MBA, and so while I'd love the idea of having a huge commercial development in this area,
So did we.
we got to make sure that we're sticking to the reality as it is now, and really what we should be focusing on is this is probably what we're getting out of Riverton, so we need to focus on what is our options here in our part of this development. Taking out simply, my next question is taking out the school district and the park, you know, right next to it, on the other side of Sentinel Ridge Boulevard.
Do you need a laser?
Yeah, thank you. So taking out, ignoring all this for now, because we can debate this all day long. What I'd like some feedback on from the Planning Commission is, let's say this did all go commercial, let's say it did go commercial, let's ignore this completely. What is your opinion about what's going on here, in this area here, with the school, the church, the park, everything else that comes in here with these, and if my understanding correctly, these are all single-family detached, correct?
Yeah.
So I would like some feedback from the council, or from the Planning Commission about what your opinion is here in relations to the school and to the other community.
Can I just interject really fast before you do that though? Just because just to follow up on what Dan had said. You talked about looking at this. You guys own this land, so you made this great idea of what you wanted to have there. You said commercial development part of it. The problem is all the commercial development went across that artificial line, even though in your plan you don't have to consider that. In our plan, it's seriously impactful, right? Because all the commercial and the tax base went on the other side of the line. And even though you think, well, this is a blurry line, it's not a blurry line to us because it can't be. That's just simply the facts. Here's where we're at. And so we can't just always be saddled with just the residential that feeds the commercial that's on the other side of the line. You don't get that tax benefit from it.
Sit down here real quick.
Sure.
Sorry, it reminded me of a question that the mayor asked, and then I forget the gentleman's name that was sitting. Adam. Oh, there he is, there in the back. We did a market study. We've actually done 3 on this property to look at like what the economic drivers might be, how traffic flow works, and how those issues intertwine to kind of make the property work out. To support the commercial argument, the hard part with this property as a commercial, I'll just throw this out there. Commercial office is actually a more intense use than like a grocery store. You're generally talking about 450 trips per acre per day for like an office use. Okay, so if you do 450 trips per day per acre for office use, you're talking about 24 acres is the middle school site. Somebody do the math. 24 times 450.
Several thousand.
Okay, so we're about
10,800.
About 10,800 trips per day for that acre. And then so the problem is then how, if you're going to build office, because I mean I have lived this property and know it all as far as like where the traffic counts are. The other issue is the 138 at its highest projection, because of its access to 134th, and again because of the split diamond interchange that UDOT designed for the Mountain View corridor, all of the traffic goes there, and if people are going to use this piece for an office location, they're either going to come north, or they're going to try and come from the south. They have to come all the way down here to come back this way to here. So, or use Mountain View to come here. And what is most likely from a shortest path of least resistance is they will turn on 134 to this right here, and we will put 10,800 new cars on this location right here for office. And so I'm not saying I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but it is this office concern that is killing another office piece that's a 26-acre piece right in Riverton, right on Bangerter Highway and 4150 right behind the gas stations there. It's about 26 acres. We've got power lines there. We thought about professional office there, and the residents went nuts when they found out about 450 trips per acre, compared to a residential use of like 10 trips per house. So, you're talking about, if you got a 7 unit to the acre project, you're talking about 70 trips, per day, as opposed to 450 trips per acre, per day. It's a big delta between office uses. So the only thing I'll say is, if people are concerned about traffic on this road and right here, if we add to peak drive time for office uses here, half, 5,400 cars at peak driving time here, and another 5,400 trips on the way out, I will argue that's an inefficient traffic design. And I would encourage us thoughtfully, and this was the request back when the Planning Commission made their motion. We talked about this being commercial originally. As I said, we really ought to study with a traffic engineer the impacts on surrounding neighborhood if that is a commercial use, because 138 is not built to handle it, and neither is Sentinel /Autumn Class /Autumn or Academy / whatever other name we come up with.
Thank you, Dan.
Sorry, that's too much.
So I have some thoughts on this. So Mountain View corridor is going to be highway. That's the plans long term, right? I believe that high traffic, higher density areas between Bangerter and Mountain View corridor is where we would put it if we're going to put it anywhere. I also believe that if we have commercial land in that area, we need to retain it. And I know 450 times the acreage, 10,800 is a little scary, except for when you think, if this is going to be I-15, that's where you want it. And right now, some of our biggest problems are transportation is high for residents because there's no jobs right here. We're traveling. It's not something that will help our community if we don't start reserving areas. I don't think this is going to go in 2 years, 5 years. It might be 10 years before that's considered where it's a viable entity for this business park. It might be sooner than that, but it might be down the road. And I think some of our thought process is very short-sighted. We're thinking about what would go in today. I also think in the affordable housing that we talked about earlier and other thoughts, that this is probably the area where if we consider putting some more apartments, it's probably right around here. And I know that's not everybody's hopes or thoughts or ideas because we've been preaching single family and all of that and everything else. But in my mind, those are some of the thoughts that are going through my thought process. It's a more viable transportation area. If we get public transportation, we'll probably have more along Mountain View or options than we will up as we go farther west. And so I have a tough time thinking of giving away, because that's what we'd be doing, because right now our general plan is proposing that a certain percentage of this is commercial. Our zoning, where we would have to rezone it, allows us to have a lot more options right now. I think we're going to have some problems if we just say, okay, let's just throw residential in there, and then down the road we'll try to figure out where we're going to find some spots for commercial. Because all we're going to have left is up off of Redwood and Porter Rockwell. I mean, we're running out of viable areas because we're not going farther west with commercial. It's not going to happen.
I agree.
I mean, and also, I mean, they proposed moving 270 units. One of our largest commercial areas is where the Winco's going. So we don't want people that will be driving right by it every day. I don't even like the idea of moving those units. And so, I mean, that's some of the thoughts that went through my mind. I'm not I'm not necessarily opposed to the amount of density in that area. I'm not even opposed to moving it over a little bit to where we keep our commercial and they keep their density. Because I think long-term, we have to preserve the commercial we have available. And I think this is one of the areas where we will have it available, and I think it will be viable. It may not be today.
You just echoed everything I feel. I just think that it's just, there's just so limited land left. It's not, we just have very limited resources left that are along the major corridor that have, just like you said, the potential to have transit going by it and things like that. I think it's a big deal to preserve it.
So Chris, are you changing your opinion then from the recommendation that was made by the planning commission that this piece of ground right here should not be commercial?
My initial thought process was the commercial in the traditional sense of big box stores, which I don't think is viable with our society anymore. I mean, it's a very difficult thing to retain, but I do think a business park and some restaurants could become a very viable thing here. And so it's hard for me to cancel it out, but 5 years, 10 years down the road, we might say, okay, it's going to be residential. It doesn't make sense. I just don't like the idea of pigeonholing ourselves into.
Couple thoughts here, just that I'll throw into the mix on it. One, I certainly recognize that once you change something and develop it into something else, you're not going to get it back. I certainly recognize that. The 2 points that I want to make sure that we keep in the conversation. One is that, and Brandon, I don't know if you can remember the study that we had done of available commercial land in the city and how much we had set aside.
And the planning commission saw that too.
You guys have seen that, yeah. Is that it actually said that we had too much.
On the general plan, we had too much commercial.
We had too much set aside. Now, again, not saying there's a lot of variations of what commercial is, but I think that you have to, when you do those studies and call in the experts, I think you do have to at least keep that in mind as you have to have the discussions and what they are saying. Do I want to completely give it up? No, because I think there are some things that could be in there. But I am honestly, one of the things that I've had concern about as we talk about traffic is the fact that this would be a ride-in, ride-out only, and the fact that we all know that everybody's going to short-circuit that and go through the neighborhood. And I absolutely don't want that. I absolutely don't want that when you have the school traffic and the neighborhood and everything else in there, and the fact that it is not built to sustain that. If we're going to make that a truly viable commercial, how are we going to do that with the amount of traffic that goes with it? Because the fact of the matter is that in its location, yes, it has great frontage on Mountain View and it has the great visibility, but it is a ride-in, ride-out only. And either people, they're going to short circuit it. They're going to short circuit it for their convenience, and it's going to push all of that traffic right in there, which I think is when it comes to when we talk about good planning, I think that's poor planning.
Correct.
I honestly do. Do I want to give up commercial in the city? No, because we've been fighting for it forever. But as we start to look at how the rest of this area is going to develop and the potential impact that it has in there, I am not convinced that that is the best use, honestly, for that property.
What do you think is some of the things the city needs out of this property?
Well, again, I think that how many acres is that again?
26, I think is what he said.
The total parcel that is west of the Sentinel Ridge is about 51 acres.
Right.
The school district controls 24.9 of those acres.
24.9. Obviously, I don't think that the school needs 24.9 acres for their school.
For junior high, that's about the right size.
Yeah.
Is it honestly the right size? It seemed big to me.
It seems big to me too, but that's.
High schools get 50.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So
charter schools would
again,
joke, but that's.
do I think that am I open to at least looking at the school district and potential, do I think that junior high right up against the corridor is the best location? No, I don't necessarily agree with that either. And do I think that there is should we at least have a conversation of looking at if there's a potential move for it and how does that, and then what does that look like and can we preserve something for maybe more of smaller boutique type shops and those types of things that would enhance what you, at
You're
least what
almost
I.
proposing more of a mixed use.
Yeah, just along
right? That's what
138.
you're saying, right?
Smaller office.
Which would answer two potential problems. It would help with affordable housing as well. So
Yep.
See, but my thought process is not to have this big block, but integrate it more in along 138 and down Sentinel.
Sorry to interrupt you.
So it's more dispersed.
Lauren, did
So I go back, just what we talked about, I think bringing up the office, I think that Jared did was just an example. I don't know, maybe that's not the best fit of commercial there, but I don't want to give up any commercial. Whether, like you said, I think we need to sit on it and see what possibly could fit.
because there's some good lots.
I'm not saying it's office, and I don't agree that all 10,000 cars would go down Sentinel Ridge. If we just talked about needing jobs out here, hopefully those are our residents coming down Mountain View, turning in there. So maybe not all, right? But then, let's talk about affordable housing. We just got done talking about how the density is not solving it. What we need in this city is that next step up. That's what we need. We need to step up to where people that are in the density, in the higher density, which again, I'm not against, but they need a step up, which all the studies show that makes everything below them more affordable. That's the step we need in this city. More apartments. We're going to get apartments off 118th. And the other SL, there's more apartments coming. We have more density coming. We don't have a lot of the point, we talk about that, the 0.15 to 0.2.
We also have a 250,000 potential residents that will be south down Mountain View that will potentially be coming up Mountain View in the foreseeable future.
If we're worried about traffic, why are we,
with the growth.
if we're worried about traffic on Sentinel, why are we building more density then? We're worried about traffic, let's talk then. The lots that we need, that Susie just got done talking about, it's not, and that creates affordability. We can't get stuck in that mindset that just the high density creates the affordability. That's just something that's been pounded in our head, it's just not accurate.
Let's keep in mind that we're looking at this as a project as a whole today, so.
But don't you think, Lauren, to your point?
But we're a little bit looking at what does our city, what would they want to zone this as? What would they want the general plan to be for this area? Because that's really the first step of this. This development is irrelevant until we do those two things. And then, is this a good development if we zone it and change the general plan to that?
And I think also you have to remember that when Edge Homes presents this to us, they're not presenting it to us to say, the sleep roads, the parks, and all those kind of things. Having that extra density over on the other side plays a role in whether or not they can afford to do what's on the east side.
Yeah.
They need the west side to do what's on the east side, or they can't, it doesn't pencil. That was my assumption.
With all the
So
schools.
Usually
now,
doesn't
I do
pencil.
have, I do just want, we've talked about things like, an office park, which I think a lot of us would consider ideal. What happens if we get the exact opposite? What happens if we end up in a situation where the school district does come in and put a junior high right here, and then we have a charter school come in right here in this area?
Well, those are things that you talk to SLR about. That's why I think we
Well,
should have
but
a
you have
board
to remember
meeting.
that we don't have any control when it comes to
But-
something like a church. I'm not
The
saying
state regulates, they let schools.
No, a school still has to buy the property. They don't have to
But they
sell
own
them the
They own it
property.
right now.
Well, that piece, I'm just saying that no charter school owns it. So I'm just saying that
what I'm
they
saying,
would
Sherry,
have
is
to
not
buy
that,
it.
and not that's what's going to happen. What I'm saying is, we're in a situation where we don't know the outcome either way, and so we do need to be considering both the positive option of what could we end up with something like an office building, or what happens if it does end up where SLR decides, hey, there's a school that comes in, I just blinded someone, I apologize. School comes in, wants to put a charter school right there, now we once again have 4 schools, 1, 2, 3, 4, all within a quarter mile, and we have all the same issues that we have elsewhere in the city on the same situation. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, I'm saying we have a chance to look at that now, and instead of trying to come back later and say, well, let's fight with school because we want to make sure that doesn't happen.
Well, we found out from the planning commission, there's not a lot of fighting to do with schools because of state regulations. If the school wants to go into a certain area.
Whether it's commercial or not.
They can.
Even with it being commercial.
The
It's a
landowner
flawed
has
overall
to, but the
system, that's
landowner
a whole
has to
nother
sell
discussion.
them. So part of the discussion that we could have with the SLR board is to have a provision that wouldn't be sold to a charter school, so we wouldn't have it.
I don't think
Of
you
course
could do
you
that.
can.
The same regulations with schools?
Yeah, they can agree to that. You don't have to sell your ground to a charter school. It's just asking them if they would consider
Is that something
limiting
you guys
that.
would even think about?
That's what I think we should ask their board.
Let's keep this discussion among us, because that's what this discussion is about right now.
Yeah. So this is something I want to ask is we're focusing on the density here, but they're already talking about removing the density on the upper half that we've always had a concern with the density. We were forced to have it there at Creek Ridge. You were talking about bigger lots and getting more viable, the upper scale next level. That's what it would be doing, is you'd be getting bigger lots up there.
In Creek Ridge?
In Creek Ridge.
West of
You'd be dropping, 270 up there, my guess would be, do you know about the size of lots you would be seeing up in Creek Ridge?
There's a variation in it.
But I'm saying increase wise, do you know about how much more larger they
Well,
would
if you
grow?
get just 3 units to the acre, the acreage alone is massive.
So that's what I'm saying, is by doing this, you're actually getting what you, to be honest, I get the commercial discussion, and I want to set that off to the side.
Yeah.
The
But
density
my fear there, Adam, is we've had similar type moving densities, and then 5 years later, they come back and they're changing the whole proposal again.
Well,
because we didn't do it
that's why you tie it down, that's why you amend the development agreement that's in place.
It almost needs to be timetables as well, don't it?
You can tie all that down, and you can put timetables in there too. There's way, John's gotten really good at doing that.
And we all get to look at them, so I'm.
But to Adam's point there, what I have heard from my time on the planning commission, previous planning commissions, my time on the council, previous councils, is that when we talk about development of the city and smart, responsible growth, it is always said we need to put the density near the traffic corridors, which Adam mentioned. And right now, we have an opportunity to I think, accomplish what both of you are saying, and that is get that extra step in there, out where we want it, not nestled in here amongst density that's going to be on the Riverton side, density that's already on the Harriman side, in an area where I think doesn't make that type of product super viable in that area, but I think it does out there, and it brings that traffic down closer to the major traffic corridors in between the Mountain View and Bangor, like we've always, again, I have said, and I've heard a lot of other people say that's where it belongs. And you mentioned, taking them out of the path of a Winco. Winco has never been proven to be a convenience grocery store. They've always been proven to be a destination grocery store, which means that people aren't stopping there. Some will stop there because it's convenient, but people are stopping there because that's where they want to go, and they're making a concerted effort to be there. So I don't necessarily agree with that, but it doesn't take them off of that. They have to make turns through other neighborhoods and things to get there anyway. So, but my point is I wanted to get back to what Adam said, because I think that as we look at, again, how do we zone in this area and what do we allow for? That's been something that has been proposed, and something that again, I think actually has some merit to it as we talk about responsible growth and development, and what I've heard for years and years in the city.
And so I agree with you, but I want to ask this question because nobody's told me. How many acres of commercial is right here? It's not 51. No.
It's not.
It's their property. I need city planning to tell me how much acreage would be in the general plan commercial right there.
Say it again.
How many acres would be the commercial piece? Because I don't think it's the whole thing. I think it would be.
Where the
It almost is the whole thing for emergency.
If I remember right.
How much is the current general plan?
Yeah.
It's 20. Yeah, it's
It's the whole thing over the road, right. It's like 50 whatever acres.
The whole thing.
51.
But what I'm saying is we're talking about property that, that's the school's property.
Right.
Yes.
We have zero control over that.
So right now.
I'm not saying that we don't, but but then
I think with the density.
they're willing to
end up
talk.
putting that there.
Well, they
ain't
need
gonna
a junior
have to
high,
have
I'm not arguing that, but I'm just saying that they're willing to discuss shifting that away from Mountain View corridor and allowing Harriman to have some commercial viability there.
But we would have to buy it.
No, we wouldn't have to buy it, it's a change, we don't own any of it.
What I'm saying is I can't imagine somebody would say I can sell
To pencil the decision to say, yes, I will absorb your land and trade you land from here to here. I can't see them saying, yes, but commercial isn't ready yet and we're just gonna sit on it.
Let me talk to you. As long as, part of my thought though is as long as Riverton's not gonna do any real commercial here, I don't think, this is a little island. And it's got poor access.
With a local, like, so you're thinking local grocery store kind of, or
If
maybe.
that.
And that's what I'm saying. I totally get we want commercial. I'm not trying to say that, but we have other areas that are real.
Where?
The
Name
ones
them.
that we need to focus on.
Well, but the reason we changed the general plan when we did was because of the study. Because we figured out that along that corridor that you're talking needs to contain that density. It also is where the commercial is most viable.
But the study said we have too much as it is.
In wrong
I have to
places.
interject in that one, that's been referenced a couple of times. If you actually read the study, what it says is that you have, in your actual plan, you have too much commercial, actual building square footage. Commercial retail square footage. Again, my question of, what's your definition of commercial? I would agree that sandwiched between two other retail, commercial might not be the best place for something big, but office, absolutely. From a community point of view, from a budget point of view, look at our budget, see how it works, see where the revenue comes from. Office buildings would be a 4 or 5 star office building, fantastic. That would help us a lot, balance out everything that has been put in these reports. Employment centers that have traffic going in opposite directions, right, at those times of day, would give us a balance to tax base. Right, property, we don't get property taxes, but other entities do, our police department, school district, et cetera. We collect the franchise taxes, et cetera. We need to diversify that revenue. It's not all about commercial retail dollars, right?
Agreed.
So what is the question of what does our community need? We need balance.
Well, I think about it, Jared, also, and I think it's a Mountain Man, something like that, up in Draper. There's the office buildings. You go off the freeway and you drive forever on the freeway to get to them. They have no problems being filled. I mean, they have office buildings that are similar to a concept like this.
Look what we just approved with, look what we're talking about with with the Real Academy. It's on an island and we're thrilled about it.
No, it's on a future freeway.
You have to separate retail, commercial, square
Much
footage.
different future off-ramp.
With completely different zero.
Do we have a master plan of the roadways that we can look at?
They're right in.
Hey, Adam.
That we can see? Because that's the key, right? I mean, a lot of this is you gotta have
Right in,
access
right out.
two ways.
But
And that's the thing,
adjacent
is
to that,
138.
they have-
Right in,
Well,
right out.
yes, 138 and Sentinel.
I understand what you're saying, Sherry, but it's still much different than that other location. They have a right in, right out, but they also have at the other corner of that property a full signalized interchange, and it abuts up a whole bunch of other commercial.
I would like to see some more of the traffic. I just think that we can be more creative. I think that we just always put ourselves in this little box of saying this is the way it is, this is the way it is.
Yes.
I just think that we have to look at things more creatively, and we cannot look at it creatively if we build houses there. It will be gone forever.
Correct. I drive every day to go see my clients at their place of business. I would say the majority of the office buildings are not on the intersection. Like, I mean, for us to sit around this table and say, I don't think this is a possibility, I don't think that's a possibility, that's not our job, that's not what we do. Right? Home builders build homes, grocery store guys build grocery stores, right? School districts build schools. That's not our decision. But once you build something there, you lose the opportunity to do anything else.
Yeah, but I disagree. If you're saying that it's not our job, the person who does build it is sitting here with a plan asking for something. And so
He doesn't build
he builds
commercial, he
one
builds
thing.
houses.
Okay, I understand that, but the
That's way
landowner is
different.
supporting it. And so,
So I have a question for y'all. What would we do if they came in and said we want to put more density right here? Ignore commercial right now. I just want to put that on the shelf. We want to push some of this density over here and beef this up to pull the 270 acres out of the 270 units out of Creek Ridge. What would we say? I think we'd say, yeah, go for it. Right? So what I'm saying is, the whole point they're trying to say is, are we good with pulling some density down here? And I think we are. We're fighting about the commercial piece, which we have a lot of unknowns because we still have to, we can talk to the school district, but until they tell us what their intent is.
We haven't talked about
I mean, to be honest, that is commercial, but it can also be a school. So even if we zone it commercial, that then in reality, we're only talking about a commercial spot right there.
Well, I think we look at our options too. If that's, let's say that's a junior high, right? What if we take the 4.5 acres and
Could we get
do retail
an
where
assisted
it's going to
living?
be supported by the junior high and the high school kids all day long?
That's what I'm thinking.
You get jobs with assisted living.
Oh,
I'm
I think the
just
school
saying like an
district would have
alternative plan, right?
an issue with us enticing their close campus, their people off of a close campus. But honestly, my biggest concern with that is, and again, it depends on whether there's other residential or commercial in there, but talk about giving up space. Once you give up that park space, man, you are never getting it back.
And that's what, hold on, but answer my question, everybody. If they were saying we want to put this more dense right here, we're gonna take the Creek Ridge and beef that up a little bit. Would anybody have a problem with that? You would have a problem with that? You don't want to pull the density down the
From 118, that other property to this property here.
Because you
I
have to
would.
look globally
You would want
also.
to.
Yes.
I would.
So I would want to.
I think you have to also
would
look
get
at the
bigger
rest of
lots.
the area. It's really
Really
easy
long.
to look at this map
I'm not
like
opposed to
that.
pulling the density down here either. And I also look at the perspective of meeting some affordable housing options down here.
So I hear a
Your
good
trend.
chunk agree that that makes sense to do something here,
To pull the 270
to
down.
pull the 270 down to this region.
I just have trouble with the commercial.
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing is the commercial's the big discussion, but
Is that how, I'm curious to know, is that how all the planning commission feels about moving the 270 from basically 118th to this area? In my opinion, it's overburdened already.
That's my concern.
Because you have to look
I
at
just
the
think
whole-
long-term,
whole
with
thing.
118, with the options of all the homes that are still gonna continue
I
to
think
go out
putting the
that way.
density
I think
next to the
this-
freeway.
I think 118
118 will
there.
be as overburdened or more overburdened as time goes on.
So we, sorry, go
Well,
ahead.
just being near transit for me makes more sense.
I would just,
So I know what you
Between
said.
Bangor and Mountain View, those are two major north-south corridors. I'd rather
So
have
from a
those.
planning commission meeting, I know, I've heard a couple. Who else? Who's
Hey,
thinking
can I-
that?
can I get a-
Yep, so this is zoned for 1 acre lots, right? We don't have to change that, and I think a big thing that our residents are concerned about is changing our Harriman fill. Riverton is going to have like over 3,000 new units built. So put that into perspective,
I
that's
think it was
more,
4,000 and change.
so that's double our town center
Oh, okay.
that we have now. But I think that we all have to look at this and decide, do we want to keep our Harriman fill? What is our Harriman fill? Do we want to make them smaller? Are we really trying to make them more affordable? They're going to build $850,000 house on this property. So, I mean, how much of this is going to be affordable? I think I'm kind of drawn with this because I think if we're going to allow density, it does need to be by our corridor. It needs to have easy access, but
Brent, my
how do we control
understanding is
that?
the density's already approved here, right? The entitlements they already have.
No, hold on. The general plan that calls for
No.
density,
Right.
which would be right here.
They're not
They have,
entitled to anything.
they have density on the Rosecrest piece, just the lower
This
piece.
entire project.
They're not entitled to anything.
Okay.
No.
No, they're entitled on the Riverton piece, obviously, and they're entitled on the
So we're looking at
Rosecrest piece
what
here.
But on the Rosecrest, they're only entitled to 4 units per acre, according to what we were presented the other night.
3.5 to 5 is the range.
So
And
not
they're
7.
proposing 7.
Right.
Is what.
On the whole
is what you
thing.
said.
On the whole thing.
On the whole thing.
Jared, Creek Ridge, what's Creek Ridge? Because it's already high
Just move
dense.
forward to the other, the bigger, that slide of
What
the
is
project.
With the
What do you mean, what's Creek Ridge
What's
as
their
far as?
density?
What's it, right, yeah, what's the density right now?
What you got on the plan?
Yeah, Creek Ridge is like 8, 7.9
I think
or
it's
something.
7 or 8.
And the
It's too dense for where it is, and so I agree, there's merit in moving it. My question is, I want to hear from some very vocal members, I want to hear from some of the non-vocal members of the planning commission, how they feel about that swap. Fundamentally, I feel, and full disclosure, the Creek Ridge is over where I live. I would love to see some of those units go somewhere else. That'd be great for me personally. But is that responsible to put them in an area that's already overburdened, where we've given away, and literally the city has given away the open space with the density that's already in that area? Is it responsible of us to take it from here and put it here? Yes, it makes sense for all the reasons that you've said, but that's the issue, is we have residents who bought property there, right? They know that we don't have to make this decision, and if we shove it on top of them, is that?
We've had,
I'm struggling with that, so I'd like to hear what you guys think about that.
We had community meetings in this area though, right?
You're not planning commission. You guys at the end of the table, I want to hear from you.
But as we're talking about what the community felt and thinks, we did have neighborhood.
We had neighborhood meetings here, yeah.
Okay.
And they were concerned about density
Yep.
and traffic.
My
And-
father, yeah, oh, sorry.
And sorry, so there's also an issue with the school district. I know that the school district has come and said that they're maxed out and they have no room if we do any more schools, right? So this is going to be a big burden on all of our property taxes because our Jordan School District is just gonna keep going up and up. So I don't know if it would be more appropriate to put high density, and I don't know how that affects our schools because we are adding a mixture of people, I guess.
So those 270 exist here or here.
Right.
You're not doing away with it.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Move from one spot to the other.
But we can make this less dense and add the two.
Yeah, we can still get the 270 without, we're starting at A1s. Add 270, start at A1, move the 270, then fine. Then what are you at? You're not at this density. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
But what's the?
So you're starting at A1.
But our general plan does.
residential.
'Cause how many acres
Low
is the whole
density
project? You see what I'm
But it
saying?
has 51
1.8
acres that's commercial.
So say the whole project's 100 acres, it's bigger than that, 200 acres? The
It's
whole
like
project.
125 acres.
So they're entitled to 125, under the current zoning, 125 homes?
No, they're not. 51 is commercial.
Okay, I'm just saying, overall, you take the whole thing, this is rough numbers, say 200 to be safe. 200, they get 200 units over there.
450.
Say one.
You have a corner that's a Rosecrest with them.
Yeah, so if you take all of the Rosecrest estates and then the current comes up with about 450, that's where the 275 units, Mr. Anderson, that you're referencing. And
You're
how we
referencing
can
the
consider-
general plan, he's referencing actual zone.
I'm addressing what
A1.
zoning currently is.
Zoning's
Zoning's only on a
A1.
portion of this.
It's only on a portion. There's
It's only on a
entitlements for
portion.
the,
That's where Lauren's trying to go.
Right.
Is with the current zone.
Current zoning,
450.
But you'd have to give them the Rosecrest density on the Rosecrest piece.
how much of that? And that's what I'm trying to get at. Where are they at now? Where are they at now?
That's the Rosecrest piece, right?
They presented to us.
There's a little
in
piece up here at the table.
Rosecrest
Is that what I'm hearing?
NPA is 4.0
West side.
is what
Essentially.
they-
Oh, right there. No, yes.
Yes,
I have all these magical numbers.
25 acres. 25 of the 100 acres.
Would
25 acres is at 4 units?
No, 1 unit to the acre.
But see, hold on, Laurie. The 25 acres he's talking about is the 25 acres we're trying to go to commercial.
That's right.
We're talking about the A1 to go to commercial. We're not talking about the density to go to density.
No, everything
What
now is A1.
No, what
Tell
Lauren's
me
trying to
from-
say, yeah, is if you start at the
What he's
bottom
saying
and
is
then
if you
move
start at the
three
bottom, if we
Yeah.
don't change
What's the
zoning,
bottom? Yes, what's the
planning-
bottom?
If the city council does not change the zone, what is the base unit count that they're looking at if we don't change anything?
That's what I'm
Can
trying to
Brett
get
or
at.
Michael maybe help out?
Yeah, we're here.
I got it.
So we don't speculate.
I figured it out.
All right, figure it
Let me
out.
find
What
it.
is it, boss?
Let me grab it.
I hear you.
I'm
That's
trying
450.
How
Do you see
big
where
is
I'm
that?
going?
Yeah,
How big
I
is the
see.
piece you keep drawing? Because that's what's A1.
Correct. Because that's what.
That's why I asked to see a zoning map.
Just throwing something out
Oh, I
there,
have.
waiting for those numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Would anybody have a problem if some of this was mixed use?
No.
No.
Okay.
No, and it's actually proven as we've gone through the town center that it's very popular, the mixed use. Which I think.
Or even
I think
like
you
an
know about
assisted
that,
living.
Can't remember.
I think you're pretty good.
Do all live work units.
The live work units. They were a little.
I'm just thinking, as we're talking about this, trying to find, because I want to find something that we can all, well, if we really want to get some sort of commercial in here, and we don't think that it's gonna work as a major retail traditional box store, why wouldn't we consider doing some mixed use and allowing some hair salons and allowing some insurance companies and pulling in some of that, and maybe a couple of small shops that sell some things. That way we're getting both, and we're no longer fighting with ourselves saying, well, we need this for commercial, we need this,
What could we do?
what can we do that we get both out of it?
I'm thinking also some assisted living, maybe if they're,
That's a great idea.
I think mixed use is what, 5.5?
The mixed-use zone allows it to
zone?
15.
But, I mean, if we're,
So
if
that's
we're
up
putting
to
it as part of an
15, so
MDA, we
that's-
can just assign what part we're doing as mixed use.
Yeah.
And say, okay, now, you know, if the builder and the landowner are willing, because that's their, have to be part of this as well. But if they're willing to say, hey, yeah, it makes sense to put something right next to the high school that sells, you know, a little convenience store right there in the bottom of something, that all it does is sell candy and soda and all that kind of stuff as kids walk to school. Why wouldn't we do something like that? I don't have any problem looking at something like that, considering it. I don't see it as a single contiguous C2 zone. I just don't think it makes sense there. But I do think that there's a way to utilize that space as something that's possible to get some revenue from the city, to take some of that burden off, give a few jobs. Yeah, it's not gonna be a ton, but it'll be a few jobs, but still get the density down by the transit corridor where we want it, and avoid having some of these bigger issues with maybe having another, you know, a charter school or something there. If we can get that all in as part of an NDA now, then we can say we're getting the density where we want it because we're moving it. We're getting some retail. It may not be a lot, but we'll get something, and we can avoid some of the nasties that we don't want to have happen.
Got it.
That's something that I think we should consider. I don't know if the landowner and the developer are willing to consider that, but all in all, when I look at that, especially if we were to maybe make some of this, you know, especially right here against the schools, some live work or some sort of, you know, mixed use, I would be much more comfortable with this entire project the way it is as it's now. Not to mention the fact that it resolves a major issue that we're not talking about here as well. So we're gonna say, you know, I think there's room here to find something that everybody's, you know, can swallow, even though we may not like it, you know, exactly the way that we want.
So Brendan, do you have Lauren's numbers?
Yeah, let me say a couple of things first. One of the issues with mixed use is that in order to do like a live work unit, we'd have to do a mixed use zoning. And the mixed use zoning requires, you know, a minimum of 15 acres and different types of things. So just something to think about.
Yep.
We can't just do it in a straight residential zone. The numbers that I have are based on the general plan, not based on the zoning. So I don't have it figured out based on just like A1. I have numbers figured out based on the density and the zoning, which gives them like 2 units per acre, and does that make sense?
What is that?
So the general plan on a portion of the property over here is low density. The piece here it's low density, single family, and then commercial. And then the Rosecrest has a density up to 5 units per acre.
That's different than what was presented to us at council, by the way, the other night. We were told 4 units on Rosecrest and 4.5 on the South Hills one.
Rosecrest is 4 units overall. But this piece on the Rosecrest master plan is 3.5 to 5.
That piece, they did show us that piece.
Yeah. It's 4 units over their entire acreage. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, so if you just did the general plan density and the Rosecrest density here, it's about 420 units.
And what are they proposing again?
Yeah, how many are proposing, Steve?
750?
748. And all we did was take that number, right or wrong, and then the 270, and then came up with the other needs of the project, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why when we had presented this, it's kind of net neutrality on density. If it was an equitable swap, seemed to be a reasonable place to transfer density to. When we went back to SLR, we asked for some concessions to match amenity for amenity, open space for open space, so we've exceeded what we would be required to do. So the parks and the other amenities that we have proposed here are significant contributions to the entire project. The other issue that I just wanted to address, we're talking a lot about density. We have the seller in the room. The density is going to be in this quadrant. And whether it moves north or south of the delineation line, I think we're still fighting that same subject. I think this is a way of controlling density to the north and having a very sustainable project that is cohesive in product type and connectivity. And that's why when we set out to do this, there are a million moving pieces, as we all are sensing tonight. This seemed to be a solution that addressed, not perfectly, but at least addressed those issues. And Laura, I appreciate your comments about. I pulled for a board last week. There are 2 condominiums for sale today in Harriman and Riverton, 13 townhomes, and 297 single-family homes. I don't know where that balance is, but when we set up to do this, we try to hit a ratio that hit the items that were addressed tonight in the presentation as a request of SLR, and this seemed to have that solution in mind. I don't know that we've hit it, Sherry, perfectly, but we've tried.
So, question I have, if that's a junior high versus office, to me, it's gonna have the same traffic, if not more, going through there. So, I mean, traffic counts to me are about the same. I don't know how many cars go past on those roads for a junior high versus office, because in office, most of the time they go to work in the morning and go home in the evening.
Does the city own ground they could swamp the school district with? Because that would be a great swell.
Because I think the real ask would be to move the school and still preserve the place, so you'd end up with both, not one or the other.
Yeah.
You'd end up with
We have
both.
some ground on 134th and Mountain View we could put the school in.
Trying
to move it around, be pretty.
I'd put it right next to the other junior high there.
Obviously, we're cognizant of the fact that this is something SLR needs to be part of that conversation too, absolutely. But the first thing was to even approach the school district and ask them if they would be even willing to consider that, and the answer was yes.
Well, they approached me, as you know, a month ago. I think the ask is to take a farm that has been destroyed, that was a farm for welfare, that is now a non-operational farm, and then to move that into a holding, as Adam indicated, for a year or 20 years in a commercial hold is really the ask, and I don't have the answer for that.
Right, and I understand that, and quite frankly, if you want to go there, I think it should stay the farm, so if you want to go there.
I like farms.
And Steve, I mean, to your point, I mean, you and I, we get along great, you know, this, and it's not.
It's gonna be rude whenever you say that.
No, but no, there's.
I got you.
But my take, to me, when developers bring up that point about all these single-family homes for sale, they're missing the point that single-family homes right now are overpriced as well. Why are they overpriced? Because we have not built enough of them. You cannot look at, to me, and this is my personal opinion, you cannot look at the housing market as one supply and demand. One, you have to look at each level. And we have not built enough, because right now it is. No, people cannot make that jump. And this is my opinion, you cannot make that jump from a townhome to a single-family home because the single-family homes are overpriced. So they can't make that jump. That's why there's so many for sale, is they can't make that jump. But if we were to build more in that single-family market, it lowers that price. People are gonna move out of the townhomes into those homes. It frees up the market, you know, it loosens the market at the lower level, you know, the lower, you know, the townhouse condo market level. And it makes the whole market affordable. That's my argument. I've done study after study after study on that.
Lauren, can I ask a clarifying question, just so make sure I'm understanding? When you say build more single-family, single-family.
In range?
No, I'm not ever gonna advocate half-acre I mean, let's be honest. We're not gonna sell half-acre
So
lots
when you say we
anymore.
need to build more in the single families,
I'm talking that 0.15 to 0.2 acre lot. That's the
Lauren, is it a price point for a house or a lot size?
because that point,
It's a price point.
That 0.15 to 2 right now, honestly, if I wouldn't have bought the home that I did 20 years ago, and granted, it's a little bit more than that, but I couldn't afford a nice house on a 0.15 to 2.0,
Yeah,
to 2.0 right now.
My neighbors are all buying them on 0.25. They're on quarter-acre lots, and do you notice how the house going up? Every day, there's new houses going up.
But no, I'm not saying that they're not gonna sell, I'm just saying, I think when you're talking price point, affordability, I think it's different because I think that price point right now is unreachable on the 0.15 to 2.0, I think is unreachable, so I'm just.
But because we haven't, but that's what I'm saying, because we haven't built them. Because the supply is supply demand. There's not enough of them, so the price is high on them.
But you're talking about, what I heard you say is you want people to be able to make the jump from townhouse or a condo or whatever to a single family home. And honestly, my contention is that they're not going to the 0.15 to 2.0, they're going to the 5,000 or 6,000 square foot lot.
Yeah.
But
And-
then,
The only way you're gonna fix affordability is good old-fashioned recession. It's an economic issue.
And that-
It's an economic issue, not a government issue.
But at the same time, at the beginning, Susie did share, we're missing the step up.
yeah.
We need more of it.
My question
That's how she
is who defines what the step up is?
Yes.
Well, same.
Is it,
And we
is
tried
it
to ask that
the
question
five,
too,
is it
it
the
wasn't
5,000 square, or 6,000 square foot lot? Is it the 1.5 to 2.0? Or is it the third acre lot? What is that step up? Because again, like you say, what I heard you say is that step to go from condo or townhouse to a single family dwelling, and I'm telling you that I don't think that they can make the jump to a 1.5 to 2.0. I think it has to be a 5,000 square foot lot to make that jump, and then they make the jump from there.
And that's fine too, I'm not, and I don't want to get too much into specific which lot size.
Right,
I'm
so-
saying we have to have some steps for people.
I agree with that.
And that's all I'm
I
saying.
absolutely agree with that, but I don't think that this is the right area to do it.
And that's where I think using this density that we could put up in Creek Ridge is the right spot.
You've got to look at Creek Ridge, you're not going to get bigger lots at Creek Ridge, is what I'm saying.
All right.
You're pulling a massive density.
Michael, I'm just wondering, if perhaps we could work with the applicant to craft some very specific questions that we could do like a straw poll, maybe with commission and council. Or maybe we start with council first. Because what we were trying to do in this meeting tonight is try to come to some agreement on kind of the bigger picture issues, so we can give the applicant some direction. It doesn't feel like we're gonna get there tonight. And I'm feeling like maybe where we kind of could do better at another conversation is if we had more of a facilitated conversation and we had very specific questions, maybe even vetted with the council, saying, here are the questions we want to focus on.
But Mike,
And do, what I've seen done
I
very
think you're
well is you do
close.
a non-binding straw poll vote where you basically do thumbs up, thumbs down.
But why doesn't the
Do you agree
council?
or disagree with this?
But I think you're close to that. I mean, really, we've talked about the density move. Everybody, it sounds like most people are okay with the density move, potentially, from the planning commission side. The other piece is the commercial, which has to be told, I mean, to be honest, the general plan is told to us by the council. You know, we make recommendations, you guys say what we should do. And if you say that needs to be commercial, then we need to live by that. That's what we do as planning commissioners, we live within those rules. So that is your decision on the commercial or not commercial. My personal opinion, I've already shared. But the other part about trading density, I think we've talked about that, and I think for the most part, even, that's why I'm surprised Lauren's saying he doesn't like the idea of moving from Creekside, is by doing the move, we're making more of those lots you're describing.
But I don't think we are. That's what I'm going back to Creek Ridge and the density out
What the
there.
density would be if we took.
Yeah, that's my question. I want to see, I don't think it's going to create bigger lots over there.
Well,
is my-
Maybe the applicant can show us that. is
Of
what
course
I'm
it
saying.
will. It's just how much bigger are they?
Can, Dan, just real quick.
So I will tell you, we are working on the next phase of Creek Ridge. It's the next 40, 45, depending on how it goes, acres to the north. And based on what we're seeing on the existing site plan, post-density transfer of that conversation, it is playing out where we are seeing larger lots. And that is, granted, that's not binding, we have to, we'll bring that to the council for final approval. But what we're seeing is, and we don't know the answer to this yet, but a couple of the site plans may have additional units that we may not use.
Yeah.
Potentially.
That's what we'd like to see.
And Dan, what I've heard, and my argument comes because I've heard Mr. McKay. What I've heard, we're Facebook friends, so I can call you whenever I want. From what I've heard, it's going to take basically apartments and make them townhomes. And to me, that doesn't. That's what I've heard in the past. That's what's been presented that was presented in a meeting. Prior to my appointment here.
I wish we had the Creek Ridge master plan here, because we're only entitled to, Ray, if you have that.
No, we don't have to do it now. We don't have to.
Pull that out.
You do whatever you want, it's your meeting.
No, it's not, it's theirs. To your point,
There we go.
I think that the discussion I don't think we can simplify the discussion to be just, does it make the lots bigger? Because one of the other things that we talked about, and
now I think has kind of got lost a little bit is the traffic piece of that too. I think we have to look at it multifaceted in what do we gain as a community by potentially moving those lots? Do we potentially get some bigger lots out of it? I think we do. Do we definitely save traffic over in that area and push it down closer to the major transit corridors? I think we absolutely do, and I think that it's traffic, for me, I think it's traffic that's gonna end up right here anyways.
Correct.
Trying to access those major corridors, and so I just don't wanna lose sight. I don't think that it can be one or the other. I think we have to talk about both at the same time.
And I would even argue the traffic side, because I live right there. 118th is not busy. I'm sorry, 118th is not busy right now. Where you go to 134th, and it is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. So to me, it doesn't make sense to move it for traffic, because 118th, we've got 2 lanes already for the most part. I know there's more coming, but there's also improvements coming to Bacchus. There's a realignment of Bacchus coming. 118th is better right now. It's better right now. I will not drive, if I go to Walmart on 134th, I drive down 118th.
Right.
I drive up north 118th, down, and I take, I cut across, and then I go down, because it's faster for me to go north and around and down. So to me, the traffic.
Again, I'm not looking at it from today. I'm looking at
Oh, and I am too, and we're not even close to build out in this area. That's what I'm saying, look at Riverton, the 4,100 units in that area. Why would we add 270 more into that area?
Because that's the corridors. That's what it's for.
That's what it's designed to be.
That's where they're going anyway.
They're gonna
And
put
so
them
I'm
in the
gonna go.
Riverton
I'm gonna go when I moved to Harriman.
I know they are, I'm not saying they're
All the
not.
demand on 134th didn't exist, there was not a stop.
They're not, Brent. I think the opposite of that. Meaning if we can figure this thing out, then that land that we will be utilizing, which is 120 acres, will have a density that will never allow SLR to hit that number.
Yeah.
You're restricting that. You're restricting the flow, 120 acres.
So just a couple.
Quick question, just.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, for those of you that don't remember the Creek Ridge, because you weren't on the planning commission or on the city council at the time, we have the 2137 units approved here, and this piece is the next piece I'm talking about. It's about 40 acres right here. And then we're doing a 45-acre park right here in partnership with the city, and hopefully with some funding from the county. And then we've got this piece up here, which is really the larger piece of the two. And in that process, or in that conversation, SLR is entitled to build 600 apartment units here.
Right.
As part of the Creek Ridge. So the apartments stay there, right? But they don't go here, and to the point of this area being bigger, different, we don't currently have a plan for townhomes to go here at all.
They're not allowed there.
They're not allowed there. And so to the point of providing bigger lots, providing different inventory, I'll just add, and I'll only say this because I'm aware of sensitivities to things that are going on out this direction, right, that isn't on this map. But moving density from here to here sends the right message, I think, out west to the county who's looking at this master plan and saying, well, we could do so much worse to you. And making this less dense, I think, sends that message as far as traffic and those things are concerned from an overall city standpoint, because again, you've got 2 major transportation corridors, you've got this. This is going to be complete. The state is planning to bond and build, because we've got to build we have a timeline for when we need to build the connection from the end of Mountain View corridor all the way down to Saratoga Springs, where it will connect above the NSA building. We have an approval with the NSA, and we're trying to put that out. And we're also trying to fund the connection across Porter Rockwell. It's in this bond for the state's bond next year. So I've got multiple hats on. But you recognize that corridor will receive significant improvements, and these will be here, the frontage roads will be here, and eventually they'll be one-grade roads, while the actual highway, which will only be 2 lanes each way, will be built here. So this really won't be I-15, but its traffic capacity, along with Bangor's traffic capacity and its ability to get north and south, it's going to be pretty incredible.
Great.
So from that standpoint, Lauren, I think I understand and I feel your point, and I think there's a conversation that should be had about what we're planning and what we're thinking, because I think everybody assumes the worst when they see numbers and some of those other things, and I think people will be pleased when they see it's different. There's a reason we have 270 extra units that we're looking at right now. It's because we in a lot of ways agree with the ability to focus density towards where existing infrastructure is.
Thank you. So just, I want to touch on one or 2 points, and then I'd like to wrap this up at this point. But so with the developments right now, there's just one thing I want to take note. So with the current general plan and what's allowed in that area, plus the proposed 270 switch, and it still brings us up to under 700. So as a city council, there may be more wiggle room on moving density, is my thoughts, to get up to the number that they would like. The other thing is just overall, there's definitely concerns amongst a number of this body in regards to doing away with the commercial in its entirety and maybe finding a better option. I do know an ideal scenario is to keep the commercial where the school district is. Unfortunately, at least in my opinion, I think that's going to be very hard to do unless you find another location for them that they feel will decrease their cost to build a school.
Definitely worth the conversation.
Can I ask you a question about that? Everybody, a question about that? If this is a junior high, would you still want commercial here?
No, to me, it doesn't make sense as a C2 more of a
So this is really where it makes the most sense.
I think, and granted, that's not the planning commission's responsibility, and we don't have any control over it, but moving the school over or changing how it is or something would be an ideal scenario if that's what's going to happen.
So
Right, but I think to Brent's question, if the school does go
if the
there,
school says we're building this junior high tomorrow, would you still want to have this be commercial? Because this is all commercial in the general plan.
My
right
personal
now.
opinion,
I say
and I know Adam says no about it anyway.
I know, but I'm asking.
My personal
Just say
opinion
yes or no.
is if you give it time, you will have the ability to put something commercial.
So your answer is
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
I think if you put the
Jackson?
school there and disconnect that from the corridor, I
Heather?
think it's
I'm in
very,
favor.
very,
Okay.
very challenging.
What do you think? Okay. Okay.
I think when you.
If there's a junior high here, that's the question.
Colby?
Well, I hear you guys. You look at the numbers.
It could be a mixed use.
Harriman, commercial. Compared to everyone else around us, we don't have nearly as much commercial, we don't have the tax base. Why are we giving it away?
Okay,
So I-
would it be helpful to you and to the council? I only control the planning commission, not the council, so I'm speaking to them now.
We're not sure.
To have some kind of information about commercial property, how much we have, what's available,
Yes,
here's
please.
what our current inventory
How long
is,
our current inventory is set?
and what
Continue
this
to go
kind
to
of,
schools and
just kind of an update on that and what it would mean
Yeah.
to keep or eliminate.
Can I give you did you hear what I said? I would like to
No.
know how long the commercial that we've had has sat and therefore turned into churches or schools.
And also a little
Because
bit of
5600 West had 50%.
So is that a yes, like maybe a little commercial
Yes, but a little bit of a
conversation about what?
curveball is, I think we think only the traditional commercial.
Correct.
And I think we need to consider the sustainability of actually office.
I agree.
that as well.
Anything non-residential,
Yeah.
except not churches and
I
schools.
think we could easily put some
Yeah,
rather
Okay.
good sized entities out
and
here.
you can put the numbers compared to what it costs us to have
Riverton's
residential
got prime
versus what
stock,
we
and they've
make
sold it
off
to
of
small
commercial
houses.
I mean,
housing.
I can't even.
I really
So-
like the idea of negotiating that with the school.
Let me ask one more question.
It's under.
Let's pretend the school district didn't
Riverton's
own this
screwing
piece of
up.
property
It's Riverton's.
and SLR owned all of this.
We're beholden to that.
Where would you put the school if the school wanted to cover it here? I mean, if you had to move the school in this piece of
I
property.
just swap the two.
You want to swap it?
side, yeah.
On Riverton side? Okay. True answer, really.
Good question, Brent, thank you.
I'm just asking.
Say that on.
I think slide it over to where the park is.
up against the.
Three schools right there, schools all together.
Exactly, all together.
So it sounds like everybody's preferred choice is to get the school out of there.
I wouldn't do it.
It's those two middle schools right there.
And maybe.
They're pretty close.
When we talked with Edge before, they were interested in even maybe moving it down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, if it was
And then
there.
they can have more density right there next to some commercial or something. I mean, I think that
Okay.
all those conversations are worth having.
Okay,
Oh, I agree.
My opinion, here to here, if you can't move it far.
move it where? Move it over here?
That's my opinion.
Yeah, and it would be great, like I said, if there's a better spot for it further away, like where that 13-acre park is and the 13 acres shifts or something. I mean, I just think we have this conversation and let's see what makes sense. Yeah.
How about, yeah, that's what I say, with that 12-acre park,
Brad, do you have all?
closer to the main.
Oh, yeah, I'm just clear as can be, Mayor.
So if we were to maintain 1 acre lots right now, how would our open space be affected?
There'd be no open space.
Okay.
Yeah, but keep this in mind, when you have the 1 acre lots, you have open space. That is crazy to me that we always just.
There would be no public parks,
There
but
we go.
yes, there would be,
But
yes.
people can play in their yards, you know what I mean?
Those
You could actually.
My kids can't.
But they can, my neighbors do kids come and play in your backyard? The backyard, my backyard neighbor probably
My
has
kids
10
actually
or.
can play in those 100 acres over there.
Well, maybe not, but I'm just saying that we again put open space in a big box too, and say, well,
That's
unless
true.
it's a park, it's not, nobody can play
I
there.
agree.
Okay.
If we don't have a reason. There's a big.
The storm drain is still an issue, yeah.
So I appreciate everyone's comments. I hope that this helped progress something, I'm not sure. But I appreciate everyone's time tonight, I really do. Developers, the planning commission, the council, the staff. I know everybody works pretty hard and we put a lot of thought into this, so I appreciate that. Future meetings will be planning commission meeting Thursday, November 7th, which it sounds like we'll be talking more about some
Probably about both of
other
these.
ones. And then city council meeting Wednesday, November 13th, and then motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Should we talk about something good? The Jazz are up 20 on the Clippers. Let's talk about something good.
Oh, you just ruined it. We're going home to
Don't be one of those guys that, seriously? You're one of those guys?
It's too late tonight. I would like to, but it's too late.
I have a buddy who I knows a diehard BYU fan.
Hey, Florida, guess what just won the World Series?
Did Washington win?
6-2. That's pretty incredible.
That is.